Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I'm Eso, this is EsoTarot, and in today's Pick a Heart reading, we are going to be looking at what is next in love for you. This video is timeless, so whenever you find it is when it is meant for you, not when I upload it. And it does not matter what your relationship status is, whether you have a specific person in mind, whether you're single or whether you're in a relationship. I'm going to be covering all interpretations that I see here. And if there's one that's so specific that it's like, I don't even see how a couple or singles could be here, I'll let y'all know in the reading. But we are going to be covering more than I planned, but you know me, I always I always be adding extra stuff. So we're gonna start by looking at what's next in love, period. And ideally, you should be able to tell if this is your group or not, because it should sound like a natural progression from where you're already at. So if, you get a group and it just seems so different from where you're at in life that it doesn't seem possible, not to say that it could be impossible, but it's just like, this doesn't really sound right, I would try a different group. We are going to do extra pile picking help, so feel free to watch that in case you guys need that. But after we look at what's next in love and go through all the interpretations I see, we'll look at why this is what's next and see what's really going on. I'm also going to kind of keep these questions a bit tentative, and in case like there's specifics for each group, like if there's something singles need to know or I need to clarify something. So this is open to change, but we'll look at what you need to know about this situation, about your love life. And then we're gonna get, did I write encouragement? Okay, no, that's an OU. Then we're gonna get encouragement / guidance from either the universe, your guides, whatever you believe in. It could be from yourself, from your future self, up to you. And then we're just going to finish off with some final messages and guidance for your love life. So ideally, you will not only know what's next, but be prepared, or as prepared for it as you can possibly be. So we have 5 different groups for you guys to choose from today. So starting with group number 1, we have this rose quartz heart on top. I don't really need to name the cards because they're all the same ones. For group number 2, we have the second card, and I have this carnelian heart on top. And then for group number 3, we have this pyrite heart. You could probably see me, hello, on top of this third oracle card. For group number 4, we have the 4th oracle card and this serpentine heart on top. And then finally, for group number 5, we have the 5th oracle card and this blue calcite heart on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay. If you are unsure or drawn to more than one, I'm going to go ahead and start shuffling these tiny cards to help all of you that may struggle to know whether a group is meant for you or not, or if you're struggling to pick. Ideally, what I'm going to be doing is just pulling a card for each group, and I'm going to call out like the signs, symbols, synchronicities that may be relevant or helpful in terms of helping you guys know what group to pick. So it's more like signs letting you know that a group might be for you. But if you're drawn to a group and the signs that come through don't resonate for you, I would still watch that group and rule it out. But this is a friendly reminder that just because you pick a group and it's not hitting doesn't mean there isn't a reading for you. It's not, I feel like sometimes our brains can come up with silly things like, oh, well, if I got it wrong the first time, then there must not be a message for me, or, oh, I have to get it right on the first time, or there isn't a reading for me here. But I like to do energy checks and stuff like that so that, if there is a message, you're able to get it. But That being said, let's go ahead and see for those that would benefit from group 1, what signs, symbols, syncs, energies are significant for my group 1s. So we have finances. So first of all, the World Tarot card could be significant. Matches my nails. China or gymnastics could be significant because, fun fact, these nails are inspired by the Chinese Olympic gymnastics uniforms from 2024. So yeah, but numbers 111, 222, 21, 21, 21. That Vine was 9 plus 10, 21. So Vines like the app, but then also Vines, the plant. It's kind of sad that I said the app before the plant, but I'm Gen Z, so you can't blame me. If finances are a big part of your love life right now, like whether, or like, for example, maybe you clicked on this being like, ugh, that's the last thing I need to focus on. Maybe group 1 is for you. If you've been trying to focus on like your finances and it seems like messages about your love life are coming through, that could be it. You could be wearing a red shirt, or you could be just really focused on getting grounded, or you could be in a very like fiery, passionate energy right now. If you're watching this during Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius season, group 1 could be for you, especially Aries season, because I always associate Aries with red. The name Roy, for some reason. Chinese New Year could also be significant, or Lunar New Year. I think those go interchangeably. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. The word peso, which, I mean, obviously peso is a form of currency, but I don't know if you live somewhere where they use pesos or something like that, that could be significant. Also, February 1st and January 2nd could be significant as well. Okay. For my group 2s, what signs, symbols, and synchronicities are significant for my group 2s? So we have emotions, and it came out in reverse. And I'm gonna kind of take it that way. So if there's like if there's held back emotions between you and another person, this could be your group. If you've been emotionally constipated or had like emotional diarrhea, either of those things, this could be your group. If February 6th or June 2nd is significant, that could be a message. If you are dealing with emotional unavailability or just emotional instability of some kind, there could be a message here. If you are desiring to have a heart-to-heart or something like that, this could be your group. If you've listened to any Eminem music recently, or just Eminem the rapper, like that could be significant in some sort of way. Or also the Lisa Rinna Eminem, also the K-pop group IVE. Because if you know, the Lisa Rinna Eminem is interlinked with the song Afterlike by IVE, which that song is literally like what happens after, like, they say like what's after like, and I think what they mean is like what happens after, we like each other, what's next. So if you're in a stage in a connection or a relationship or in life where, you're ready to open things up or get more serious or move things into a deeper place, group 2 could be for you. But if you've been just in a really creative energy, or if you've eaten like clementines or mandarin oranges recently, or goldfish, this could be for you. Also, if you've watched any of the Inside Out movies, this could be your group as well. Also, numbers like 222, 666, 62, 62, 26, 26. You could be 26 years old. You could be born 1962. I don't see 666 as a bad or evil number personally. I think that's just people projecting fear. But You're welcome to disagree with me there, but that is how I see things. Definitely, if you feel like you've been holding in or holding back a lot of emotion, or you feel like someone else's, group 2 could be for you. But what about group 3? What about group number 3? What signs? All right, this one wants to come out. So for group 3, we have forgiveness. And oh my gosh, okay. I am being taken back to the early 2010s. So we have 134 here. And there is this song, which if you grew up, you will know it if you grew up around the time that I did. You probably won't otherwise, but when Justin Bieber first became popular, so Justin Bieber could be significant. You know, of course, there were a lot of other young and up-and-coming talents, one of them being the legendary Australian swimmer, Cody Simpson. And he had this song called I. And it's like, I don't know, it's a blast from the past, but there's this lyric and it says, when you're thinking about me, text 143. That means I love you and I'll be blah, blah, blah. So 143 and like the words I love you could be significant. If you've been in a powerful place of healing, either just in your own love, like in your life, it doesn't even have to be with your love life. I mean, I guess it is, like, in the sense that it, you know, we've got green, like, the heart's involved, so it doesn't have to, I guess it doesn't have to be romance. So, like, you know, if you've had any powerful healing with friends, family, a romantic partner or interest, or just with yourself, like, you know, moving on from a lot of past stuff, this could be for you. If you've been spending a lot of time in nature, if you were born on April 13th, or I don't think there's a 31st of April, but I guess the 1st of May. If you've had any just like powerful heart awakenings, this could be for you. You know, just the numbers 13 or 1313, 444, those could be significant. And if you've just had any softening towards, you know, any challenge or conflict, group 3 could be for you. Or if there's a desire for forgiveness or something like that, group 3 could be for you. But I would also say as well, like, if you find, like, if you're just in a place right now where you're being less harsh on yourself and just less harsh on others, group 3 could be for you. But what about group number 4? What signs, symbols, and syncs are significant for group number 4? So we have universal energy for group number 4. So if you've been feeling really spiritually connected recently, like if you've experienced like a lot of spiritual phenomena, or you've just felt really connected to source, this could be your group. Once again, numbers 222 or just number 22 makes me think of the Taylor Swift song 22. So if you're just in a light, playful, fun energy, but that's like rooted in this deeper, like, I need to be here, I need to live my life, like part of my purpose is to be a human and enjoy it, like that could be significant. Also 7-Elevens, like the gas station or convenience store, could be significant. I'm forever envious of the Japanese for their 7-Elevens because they look bomb as hell. So convenience stores, kimchi and ramen could be significant. Also onigiri. I love onigiri. July 22nd could be significant, or February 27th could be significant. Foreign countries, like a country that is foreign to you. So like, I'm not talking like any country outside of the United States for me would be a foreign country, but like if you live in, I was about to say Guam, which is a United States territory, and so Guam could be significant, but you know, it only counts as a foreign part of I guess that's technically a foreign territory if you live outside the United States. But like if you live in Sweden, you know, any country that isn't Sweden, foreign. If you live in Kenya, any other country, that isn't Kenya, you know, foreign. That's kind of what I was thinking. Also, like snakes and reptiles could be significant, and energy drinks of some kind. Maybe specifically like purple energy drinks or like purple and green, something like that. But finally, for my group number 5s, what signs, symbols, and syncs could be significant for my group 5? So first of all, Subway, like the sandwich brand, but then it also made me think of like the show Community, that like Donald Glover used to be on. I don't know, Subway was in that show in a funny way, if I remember correctly. 12 inches of anything, you know, I was thinking $5 footlongs, because, you know, marketing is... If you've seen any signs through marketing recently, this could be for you. But if you were born on March 8th, or if March 8th or August 3rd are significant days, this could be your group. If you've been, you know, if you've either had a realization like I need to improve my self-esteem, or if you've been working on your self-esteem, this could be for you. If you've been standing up for yourself in any ways you haven't used to or haven't normally, like this could be for you. If you or someone you know has a hyphenated first name, last name, middle name, something like that, that could be significant. If you live in the southeastern region of wherever you live, if you live in if humidity could be significant, or like steam. If you've been on a self-love journey though, this one's really for you. Also, if you've been waking up really early in the mornings, or you've been soaking up the sun, this could be for you. Also, just have to shout out that song by Sheryl Crow, Soaking Up the Sun, one of my favorite songs in the whole world. But also 888-333, Lionsgate portal, or just lions in general, and portals in general. All those could be significant. But if you still need help picking and you still can't choose, maybe just watch the dang video and trust yourself. But with that being said, intro squad, it's time. I'm a little bit embarrassed to say how long I sat here thinking about all the different questions I wanted to ask you guys. And now I'm still undecided, but I'm going to choose. My question is, and you don't have to choose one, you can choose multiple. Like, what are your favorite couples? Oh my God, I just forgot as well. PSA for those that are non-monogamous or polyamorous, like, you guys are just gonna have to choose more than one group. Like, I cannot interpret your situations in like one group, because there's, you know, more going on there. So unless you're like single and don't have anyone in your life. But case in point, if you're not like in a more traditional relationship setup, you'll probably have to pick more than one group and maybe like assign people or things like that to things. Anyway, you guys are smart, you'll figure it out. What are some of your favorite like TV media, books? Like, what are your favorite like love stories, or like couples, or just love expressed in media, like romantic love? And you can even talk about ones that you don't like as well, or ones that you like, you feel like could have been better if they were different, or ones that you used to love that you now find horrifying. Like, I mean, I was in like 5th grade, so it was probably 10 or 11 when Twilight came out. You know, and like I thought some of that stuff was so romantic when I was younger, and that, like, looking back now, I'm like, oh my God, like it's just a horror movie, like thinking about, like, oh my God. Like and somehow it's even less anyway, that wasn't even what I wanted to talk about, because I had couples in mind that I do enjoy, that I do like, and now they're slipping from my mind, which is frustrating. I will say, and I do have to kind of stand on this, I do not care for the Notebook. It insists upon itself. I know I'm going full Peter Griffin here, but I did not care for the Notebook. I've never cared for it. I've honestly, I found it boring and like kind of flop town, and like, and I know that sounds crazy, like, you know, amazing actors, and so I don't know. Nicholas Sparks never did it for me. I did like the one with Miley Cyrus in it, but like even then I'm just like, I don't know. I guess I'm maybe not very much of a romance girly to begin with. I guess like actually probably one of my favorite couples that I can just think of off the top of my mind is like Amy and Kif from Futurama. Like they're just such a loving couple, and like, I don't know, I really love their vibe. Obviously Morticia and Gomez Adams, but like I feel like I don't want to say that because I know some of you guys are gonna say that, and like you're right too, because they are one of the best. Oh, but I feel like I had other ones and now I can't remember them, and it's kind of upsetting me because I'm sure some of you guys will bring up the ones that I don't think of that I wanted to say. I mean, to be perfectly honest, like in terms of media widely available to us, there aren't a lot of, like, I mean, I'm sure in totality there are a lot of great examples of couples, but like there's a lot of terrible examples of couples where I'm just like, ugh. I don't know. I was never a Friends girly. I don't even know what the deal with Ross and Rachel was, but from what I know, I'm like, put those two in two separate countries and don't let them back together. Man, I wanted this to be positive too, and now I'm like only thinking of couples that horrify me. Shrek and Fiona. Duh. That's one of my favorites. Yeah, because it's real. It's real. Well, I mean, obviously it's like not real because it's an animated movie, but like I love the... And you know what? And my favorite non-romantic love story is Finding Nemo, because that's an excellent love story around like a parent's love and how far a parent's love goes, and like how much a parent will do to like protect their child or retroactively. Oh my god, Finding Nemo is like the fish version of Taken, except instead of Liam Neeson, we have a clownfish named Marlin with like generalized anxiety disorder, or maybe trauma. Well, I mean, obviously trauma, but like, I don't know. I can't diagnose fish. I can't diagnose people either. Well, I think that's where I'm gonna have to leave that question. That's all I have for you guys in terms of the intro. We gotta get into the reading. So thank you guys so much for watching and for being here. Once you have picked your group or groups, you can scroll down to the description box or the comment section where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And once you have picked your group or groups, I will see you in your reading. I love you guys. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose... Excuse you, ma'am. If you guys chose the Rose Quartz Heart and this Oracle card, and by proxy the rest of these, this is going to be your reading on what is next in love, based on when you found this. So let's go ahead and start by looking at your cards. So we have manipulation. Oh, wait, I can't show this because there's boobies on it. We have healing. Imagine yourself and your beloved being surrounded by light. Feel your relationship being healed in this very moment. We have no. We have the 8 of Pentacles. We have overcoming challenge. We have boundaries. I feel like it's more of a vibe, if that's there. We have the 9 of Swords, and we have chemistry. I think we have chemistry. Well, if there is someone in the picture, they better look out, because maybe we have more chemistry. I'm just kidding. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm flirting with you. I don't know why I wouldn't be flirting with you, actually. Hi. Group 1, welcome to your reading and thank you for being here. So, like I said, we're going to cover all relationship statuses, but from what I can see here, the circumstances of how this energy is going to manifest in your world definitely heavily depends on what your relationship status is. And also, if there is a person in your life right now, what the character of that other person is. And you may not know that very deeply depending on how long you've known them or not. But what I see here for you is partially a reclamation, but also some self-protection, but a desire to work through what's been holding things back or holding you back and blocking things. So now, when I say holding back and blocking things, if your immediate response to that is like, well, there's only one answer to who's holding things back and blocking things, and it's XYZ person, then that there's a very specific answer in terms of what's next in love for you. And I see it being that despite the chemistry you may have with this person, I see you taking a step back because you recognize that their behavior towards you is conscious. Because one thing that I'm seeing here for those of you that have a person specifically, I see that for some of you, this person, you or this person may have been dealing with like toxic cycles together, where I feel like there could have been unconscious manipulation where, you know, I think a lot of people don't realize this, but until we learn it, but a lot of people do not think that they're manipulating someone when they're being manipulative. They're literally just acting the ways that they were taught to behave growing up, and they're just trying to get their needs met. Doesn't excuse their behavior or make it okay, but I think what is important to put into context is once they are aware that they're doing it, what is their response, and does that matter to them? Because that really tells you whether or not, you know, they're capable of change and they truly want more closeness, and they're willing to, you know, overcome the challenges necessary to ensure that they and you are not playing into toxic cycles. So for some of you, I see here you kind of taking your power back from a situation and realizing, you know, and singles, I will get to you, but I think it's beneficial that you guys listen to this part with peace and love. But I can feel you being very loud in the back of my head, being like, when are you going to get to singles? And it's like, when I get there. So what I see here is for all of you, and I want this is important for all of you to know, that as you're moving through this cycle, which number one, I feel like you on the other side of it is going to describe it as like, oh, it wasn't that bad. Like it's probably going to move by more quickly than you realize. I feel like if you haven't entered this cycle yet, you might be feeling kind of afraid, and I'm definitely here to tell you to not be afraid of this. This is not scary, because the fact that we have this overcoming challenge here, you know, if there is a person in your life already and you don't know if you know, maybe they're very trustworthy or someone that has your best interests at heart, that will be coming to light if it hasn't already. And if this person has said, like, you know, is in the process of making changes, I think that this is going to be kind of a trial period where you and them kind of get to see, is this sustainable in the long run, or is it not? And I feel like for a lot of you it is. I feel like that what you're going to see is, because I feel like honestly, if this group is for you, for a lot of you guys, like either you're fully single right now because, you know, someone that you were seeing or someone that you were with, you know, kind of revealed their true colors in a way where you kind of took a step back, or you are seeing someone or are involved with someone where, you know, I think things have maybe been a bit ambiguous and messy, or there's been, you know, like I said, just cycles of toxicity that I think that maybe you've been having trouble discerning, like, is this deal breaker type stuff? Is this stuff we work through? Is this something that, you know, we can grow through, or is this something that I need to like just take a step back from? And I think that you're figuring that out. I know it's frustrating because I wish I could give you that answer as well. I mean, we do have the answer no, like, and I guess if you had like a specific question, if the no rings as true in your gut for the question you had, I would take it. But if the answer no for a question you had like doesn't really match what you felt intuitively, then I wouldn't take it as an answer to a question you've had. I do think in general what's really big and important for you in this upcoming cycle of love is about your boundaries and about who you allow access to you, and when it is appropriate to change that. Well, I'm having a really hard time like talking. There we go. So one of the things is this is not a time to isolate. Like one thing that I wanted you to know about this overcoming challenges is even if the person, like if there's a person you have in mind and you're not sure if things are going to work out with them, you're not going to be alone. I think that you're going to have powerful support by your side, but I do think you are being encouraged to speak up and speak out about that. Because I feel like you have people in your life that will want to be there and support you, but you may just be afraid to talk about it. And you will feel so much better if you just share and open up to them, because this situation will feel a lot heavier if you carry it alone. Now, for my singles, I feel like what you're going to find is that for some of you, for one group of singles actually, I think you guys haven't been, maybe you clicked on this video being like, I don't even know why I'm clicking on this. Like, I've been single, I'm gonna be single. Well, that's maybe not the best attitude to have if you don't want that to be, but I do see you actually opening yourself up a little bit more. And I think what you might be finding as a result is where you've been using productivity as a form of avoidance. And actually, I would say that goes for all of you here. Patterns around productivity and workaholism as avoidance, and also as like a way to bolster self-esteem. You might find where you're overly relying on that, or where, you know, you've maybe been lying to yourself about how, well, you're just focusing on yourself and just doing your thing, and self-growth, self-love. We love that. But it might be to a point where, you know, as this Eight of Pentacles says, perfectionism, it might be to a point where you may be starting to feel, it may have just become kind of a comfort zone where you may be feeling like, for example, if you go out on dates or something like that during this time, you might realize that you might have felt like you were really ready, and then you have these experiences, and then you realize maybe there's unresolved feelings from a past situation that you didn't realize were still there, or trust issues that you've never had before all of a sudden arise. Like, you might find that you're more sensitive and vulnerable getting back into the dating and romance world than you thought you were. And for those of you where there's another person involved, the pull, if things have been challenging between the two of you, the pull between you and them, I think, might be quite strong. And if there has been time apart, like, you know, needing time to process things and things like that, if there's any sort of reconnecting and having contact with each other, I feel like the chemistry is definitely there and the pull is there, but you might find that you're not ready to open up to this person again, even if they are doing the work to grow and change. And I think that's where it's just going to be revealing what in you, you know, maybe just needs addressing, and like what needs some just acceptance and compassion and understanding for you. Because for a lot of you, you might find that what's next in love is that you're not quite ready for something more yet if you're single. Especially because if you're in the singles group, you might find that you're not really ready to let go of the control you've had over your life, and how just kind of focusing on yourself has, you know, created a lot of peace in your world. And like, those are not bad things. Like, you don't have to jump back into a situation. And I feel like for those of you that are single, you might have fun dates that are healing in their own ways, like where you might have little insecurities that then a date ends up complimenting you on, or you know, you open up about it and they're like, I didn't even notice it. Like, you might be insecure about your laugh, and a date might be like, wow, you have the best laugh. I love your laugh. Like, I think you're gonna have experiences like that, and it's not like you're meeting anyone that's intentionally deceptive or toxic, but you might be like overthinking and like, oh, I don't know if I should put myself out there or not. Because I feel like there's a part of you that's like, no, maybe we're not ready to. Like, there are people that I feel chemistry with, there are people I'm interested in, but it seems like if I continue to pursue something when I don't really feel ready, or it just feels too like vulnerable or exposing, then I feel like I'm the one that's, you know, playing with someone's time, manipulating them. So I do think that you're going to be kind of in a place where anything you thought that like you had gotten over, or that anything you thought was like no longer a problem, but maybe never fully addressed, might be coming to the surface to truly be released this time. And it might be really frustrating. And I'm here to tell you now, before it happens, that the surfacing of these emotions and this awareness is not a sign of failure, or a sign that you're doing anything wrong, or that you're backsliding. It's still forward momentum and progress. It's basically saying, hey, it's when you're in one place for a while, you know, the spotlight stays there. So your focus isn't going to be on things that are evoked within you when you're not experiencing that phenomena in the outside world, you know what I mean? But for some of you, you're like, probably not. But for those of you that are in a relationship or in a situation with a specific person, this is going to be a time of tests. And it's not testing you like pass or fail. It's really just, okay, where are you at? Where are they at? And will this work as a result? Because I feel like for some of you, I didn't finish my train of thought with this earlier, but for some of you, I feel like the chemistry that you have with the person you have in mind, or the person you've been with, maybe has been powerful enough for you to overlook or make exceptions that you normally wouldn't. When it comes to their behavior, like maybe you just really like them, or maybe you've just made exceptions for them, and maybe you're realizing like you have to pull back because, you know, maybe it's gotten you hurt in some way, or maybe it's just made you realize like, I should have the same standards and expectations for everyone, no exceptions. Like, I can't just override my boundaries and accept self-betrayal when it's because I really like someone, you know. I think there might be a standardizing of your boundaries where you realize where they have to be consistent for everyone, not just including the people that you love or the people that you really care about, not just those that are overtly, you know, not good for your energy. Because I feel like for all of you that have someone in your life, I feel like for a lot of you, you know, I feel like you and this person are just kind of doing your best. But, you know, as you grow and live together, like patterns that are within you and within them are going to be revealed. And so I feel like if you guys have been having a challenging time and you both are committed to working on things and want to do right by one another, I feel like this could be a very challenging but healing time, where it's almost like you have to accept the boundaries necessary to make the healthy changes. And that will feel really good, but it's hard while you're having to let go of the old dynamic. So I'm just thinking of it like, in the sense of like food. Like, you know, a lot of unhealthy food is designed to be super addictive. And trust me, I've had plenty of it in my life. And there was a point in my life where I just like, I'm not going to go in too deeply, but point being, like, I love sugar. Like, who doesn't? Like, I love sugar so much. Like, I'm a candy queen. I like, give me all the candy. And like, that craving for sugar can be really intense, right? And it can suck and it can feel awful. But when you balance, well, obviously balance is important, right? But like when you're in withdrawal from something that is not necessarily good for you but gives you a high, obviously like it's gonna suck and it's gonna feel terrible. But I think it's really important that you stick through it, because it's either going to be what's necessary in order to restabilize this dynamic, this relationship, this connection between you and this person. I feel like it will help give you both like just the necessary clarity you need to understand like where things are good and solid, where you don't need to worry, and also where growth is needed, and where, you know, things have been happening that aren't okay, that could harm the health of the relationship. So I feel like for those of you where, you know, you guys both want to work together and move forward, I feel like there's a lot of healing energy here. For those of you though where you are seeing someone and you know, you might be feeling like, I don't think that this person is good for me, like your body might be giving you signals like I don't feel like I can trust this person. I don't feel like, you know, you might be realizing that the most loving thing you can do for yourself is just take space to work on yourself and work on your own healing, and be with people that love and support you in clear and overt ways as you figure it out. Because what I see here for all of you is, and I'm kind of seeing like two patterns surface for those of you that are single and don't have a person in mind. I see you be struggling with the push-pull of like, it would be nice to have a person, or it would be nice to get back out there and experience that, but at the same time, I really love like what I feel like you might be more comfortable and happy being single, but you might feel pressure to be putting yourself back out there. And that pressure might be louder than your actual desire to get back out there. And other people might want it for yourself more than you do. So I would ask yourself that. But if you want it really badly, then, you know, obviously you're not part of that group. But what you might find when you start dating is just that, or just putting yourself out there again. And I don't even mean to say start, because you're just, as you continue, you might just find that like you're not, it's not satisfying or fulfilling something that you thought it would. And you might find that it's not as impactful or as life-shifting as you imagined it would be, or as exciting. And I feel like it might be great for you as well, because I think that you'll be comparing past versions of yourself to like the current version of yourself, like that's on these dates and having these experiences, and kind of realizing like, oh wow, like in the past I would have totally let this person do XYZ, and now I would never do that, and I'm so glad I wouldn't do that. Like, wow, I'm so much better at protecting myself. I think you're gonna see how, where there's still vulnerabilities that need your attention, and also where you're more capable of navigating love and relationships in ways that keep you safe and keep things, you know, I don't know what else I was gonna say there, but I think for all of you, there is overcoming challenge here, and seeing toxicity for what it is and not taking it personally. Because like, I feel like for some of you, it's going to be a realization of, oh, this behavior wasn't conscious. Oh, okay, they see it now. They don't want to cause harm. Okay, we're going to work on it. Now let's see if that happens, sort of thing. Whereas like for others of you, okay, this pattern is coming out. Oh, this person is very defensive and reactive. Oh, they're denying reality here. Oh, they're not, they don't see it. And in fact, they're turning it back on me. Oh, okay, maybe this person needs the, maybe we need to pump the brakes on this. Because if it's that, you know, nobody, may a love like that never find you. But if it has found you, may it leave you, because nobody deserves that. And then, yeah, for those of you that are single, I just see a lot of like the interest and the chemistry's there, and you might meet interesting people. But I think there's this awareness of like, I'm just not quite ready yet. Like, I think that there's just a feeling of like, things are a little bit more tender than I thought they were. And also, why break what's working? Like, I think for some of you, you might just need to hear that if love and relationships is just like, if you feel more pressure to explore that than you have the desire to explore that, then trust that there's nothing wrong with you dropping that for the time being. Like, it will be there when you're ready. Like, it is a gift to be able to focus on yourself, and it is a gift to just have to sit in the peaceful bubble you've cultivated for yourself. Like, you're allowed to enjoy that too. But we're gonna go ahead and get into tarot now. But if you are enjoying this, thank you for leaving me a little like ski. You better sign up for my email list because important stuff is coming out. But also, I will be sending my email list a little gift. You might miss it, you might not. But if you do miss it, that's okay, because you can be present for the next one when that comes. That's the beauty of the email list. It's all free. And I will say, for those of you that sign up for my email list, if I ever open personal readings, I'm only telling my email list. So if you ever want that possibility, you gotta sign up for that, because I want to reward the people that truly want to connect and support with me and be there for me. So yeah, email list gets privilege, but also, you know, if you're just enjoying this, you can leave a little like ski, comment, all that jazz down below. Man, I am not shuffling very well, am I? Okay, let's just give this one good shuffle. And so we're going to start by asking, why is this what's next in love? So why is this what's next in love for group 1, please? Because this is about you standing in your power in relationships, because you're already able to do, like, you've been on a long journey of evolution and owning your power and taking the lead and having authority in your life. I feel like in the past you've let others take the lead, and as a result, like, you've either they've either mismanaged that authority or taught you that that your power is unattractive, or that, you know, you taking the lead is bad or wrong. And that's just not true. I feel like also too, there have been many times in your life where you've had an instinct about something and you didn't trust it, and then you saw later why you should have trusted that instinct. And this is the time around where you don't kick yourself, because you trusted yourself to begin with, and also you have the authority to remind yourself, I don't need an explanation. But also at the same time, this is fighting for what you love, and not really fighting, but facing what frightens you in the name of love, and facing what, like, the King of Wands does not shy away from a challenge, and the King of Wands is not afraid to say no to what doesn't work for him. And the King of Wands is also not afraid to declare what he is willing to do, how far he is willing to go, and what he does expect. Like, the King of Wands has a lot of authority and a lot of power, and I think that the reason why this is happening is to show you where your power is and where your power isn't, and also where you might be giving your power away, and where you may not be acknowledging that you have more power over circumstances than you realized. This is really meant to show you that you have more agency than you think, and also that you don't have to be an unconscious recipient of whatever is happening around you. Like, you can have a say, and you can also, you know, take the lead when something needs to change, you know, because you might see that something needs to change, but feel like, well, what if the other person should be taking direction? Or for example, if you're single, you know, you might be feeling that pressure to put yourself out there, but realistically, you know, it's not something that you need right now if it's not what you want. I think it could be fun. I think for my singles, I feel like love at this time is fun, flirty, and exciting. But also a little bit confronting and challenging, where you might be like, ooh, I'm not quite ready to dip my toes into that pond again. But for those of you that are in relationships, this is about taking up space in your relationship, taking up space in this connection, and basically, you know, not putting up with behavior that is not going to fly, that is not respectful, that isn't aligned with both of your highest goods, but also two, taking a stand in situations where things aren't ideal, but they could be so much better. And knowing that, you know, if that change is going to happen, sometimes it's up to us to start making that happen. Obviously, we can't change someone else, but you can instigate the conversations and the catalysts that can create change. And also, if change can't happen, you can set the standards of what is and isn't acceptable in your world. So, okay, what does group 1 need to know about their love life at this time? What's most important for them to understand? Yeah, like, you are a very generous person, and I feel like there's a huge theme for every single one of you here, that love doesn't have to be something that you like prove you're worthy of, and love doesn't have to be something that you suffer your way to earning. In fact, I think a lot of your lessons have been about showing you that you don't have to suffer, but you know, one of the challenges of this human experience is about unlearning a lot of habits and patterns that we were taught that do cause us suffering, and realizing that those habits and patterns aren't necessarily our fault, but are just a product of being a human being and generational cycles and many, many, many other things, but they can always be changed. And I think with this 6 of Pentacles here, I think for every single one of you here, you've always underestimated what you've deserved in relationship, and yet given so much. And so I'm not surprised that for those of you that are single, you're in this place of like, I think the fantasy of like of dating or romance or a relationship might be more enticing than the reality of it right now, and that's okay. I think you might realize too, like, it might bring some relief and peace though to just like choose yourself even harder, because you realize like, oh, I don't need to be pursuing this. I don't need to be exploring this. But for those of you that are in connection with someone, I think that this is more something you need to know about the fact that if you're constantly giving more than this other person, and you guys have had conversations, you know, they've said they're going to change, they've said that they don't mean to be that way, and then they do the same thing over and over again, it's kind of up to you to see what you're willing to put up with, and pay attention to, is this an even exchange? Do they show up for me the way that I show up for them? And I mean, of course, relationships aren't 50-50 all the time, but it does seem like there's a pattern here of giving so much of yourself and expecting the bare minimum in return, and even feeling bad about expecting that. And I think that you should feel bad about expecting that, not because it's too much, but because it's not enough. Especially given what you bring to the table and what you have and what you offer. And for some of you, you know, that's to say, like, you know, there might be a real reason why the person, if there's a person in your life, why it might be so challenging with them, because they may not want to lose someone wonderful like you, but they're also not willing to change. And that's where the onus is on you. Are you going to stay with someone who is not going to choose or is unable to change? Or are you going to choose for yourself what's best? And then for others of you, you're going to start to see what that positive change looks like and what people are capable of when they do truly want something. Because for many of you with this healing and overcoming challenge, you and, you know, your partner, I think would be most likely for most of you, but if not a partner, you know, a person, it better be a person. I ain't reading on no chatbot energies. You're gonna have to find someone else for that. You might recognize that it's the time for you to recognize that you're not asking for too much, and that, you know, if someone truly wants to be with you, they can rise to the occasion. You don't have to shrink yourself and make yourself smaller. And I think that it might actually be really confronting, because you might start to realize where you invested time and energy into people in the past that, you know, just didn't really change. And I think it'll be a powerful sign for you of, you know, I'm not the biggest proponent of if they wanted to, they would, but I would say in this case, it would be helpful advice, because there's just a pattern here of my group ones doing everything themselves. And I think that there's a better balance of reciprocity here. And I think for many of you, if you already have someone, you're going to see that shift. Those necessary conversations are going to happen. You're going to set those boundaries no matter how uncomfortable they are and the expectations around them. But if you know, this person is not willing to change, is not willing to make the exchange even, I think it's definitely going to be an opportunity for you to not only see where you're truly at, but also ask yourself what you really want out of love, and is this it? What about some guidance / encouragement for my group ones? What do they need to know? Yeah, so this is really positive to me. And honestly, really beautiful too, because we have this 15 here, and in numerology, 15 is a 6 because it's 1 and 5. And you guys have 2 6s here. And it looks like things are moving into a really grounded place, which I love. So number one, this whole situation that we're describing, it's temporary. You're not going to be stuck here forever. And with the 6 of Swords here, there is positive forward momentum. You will move through this time. And if there's a person you're asking about and they don't make it through this time, trust me, you're not going to miss them. But if you're working with someone and they are as invested as you are, and they're growing and, you know, evolving, I think you guys are going to move forward from this time and just be really grateful that it happened, because I think it's going to create a lot more stability and leave a lot less room for unspoken fear and worry to manifest in unhelpful ways. And for those of you that are single, I feel like this is a time where it's honestly pretty smooth sailing. I think the most stressful part of it to you is maybe just a lack of clarity on what it is you actually want and what's actually making you happy. But I see you moving forward in a way that's just kind of a relief, where you're like just more confident in the fact that you don't have to live for anyone but yourself. Unless you have dependents, that's a different story. But I do think that there's positive forward movement for all of you as a result of what happens in this next period. And what it's really doing, like, this is all definitely in your highest good. And it's definitely a sign of overcoming challenges that have made it harder to receive equal, balanced, free-flowing, harmonious love with another. And whether you have another that you're capable of having this with, you will see that in this span of time. And if you don't have someone to do that with, or you see that the person you were asking about isn't able to show up in that way and be that person, I feel like there's a lot of relief and just peace at where things are at, and honestly relief and hope for the future. Because I think for some of you, that if you've been investing in a situation that, you know, is just draining the shit out of you, I think you're gonna realize how much better it feels just to not worry about it, and also how good it feels to just acknowledge to yourself, like, nah, I don't need to put up with that, or nah, this is not for me. And for those of you that are single, it might just feel really good to realize, like, I don't have to carry that expectation anymore, and I'm allowed to have these standards. And you know what? If no one meets those standards and I'm happy on my own, I can chill there too. Like, I think this is a beautiful sign that, you know, don't be afraid of this cycle, because I feel like for a lot of you already know it's coming anyway. It's going to be a relief more than anything. And it's actually what's going to allow things to be smooth sailing for you in your love life. So we're just going to go ahead and finish off with some final guidance cards and just see what Spirit wants you to know. So we have, through the sacred circles of healing, I serenely integrate spiritual talents and soul wisdom into my heart. I am ready for empowered and loving expression. Bro, literally, like, I wish there was a speech bubble, because, like, the King of Wands would literally say, I'm ready for empowered and loving expression. I don't think he would say it. I think he would just do it, because he's more of a sayer than a doer. But, you know, if the King of Wands had conscious thoughts before they sprung into action, it would be that. And I think that this is what's beautiful, is like, and what I want to reassure all of you is that if someone can't meet you through this cycle, that's because they are not worthy. They are not worthy of being in relationship with you, because what you offer and what you can give to someone, if it's not being given to someone who can give that back in a balanced way and give you what you deserve to receive, that just sounds like a great way to drain yourself and wonder why you're constantly feeling undernourished. And not everyone can handle the heat in your kitchen. You deserve someone who enjoys that heat and has the skill to cook with you. Okay. We also have elevation. You are making the conscious decision to raise your vibration of love. So literally this is saying, like, this spread is evolve or die. And I don't mean literally, but in the sense of, if something wants to be in your world, it better be willing to work with the standards you set, and it better be able to meet the expectations that you have. Because let's be real, I don't think your expectations are unfair. I think they're very fair. And I also think they are expectations that you've maybe had a hard time fully believing in, because you've either been afraid to set those expectations or ask for them. You may have not even known that you're allowed to ask for them. You are. And likely you have been afraid of what happens if that person says, no, I can't live up to those expectations, or I don't want to do that. But the reality is it doesn't say anything about you. It and your lovability. It just says this person can't hold the energy of love that I'm trying to hold with another. But for a lot of you, what you're going to see is this person can hold that with you, but it's a process of growth and patience, and a process of unlearning, and it doesn't happen in a night. But there's hope, and you can do it together, and it can bring you closer. Finally, we have listened with your heart. You are listening, but you need to hear with a loving heart. And so I wonder too, if for some of you guys, like, you know, your mind is kind of recoiled at some of the things that I've said, or you felt really fearful, but like, I promise you, like, everything is going to be okay. And I think that, you know, deep down, like, what you need and what you want. I think that you feel a lot better when someone else validates it first. So I hope that I helped do that a little bit, but you don't need me to do that for you. But I'm grateful for you choosing me to do that for you when you do seek it. But know that you don't need that in order to trust yourself. And the best way to see that is to trust yourself without getting validation first, to act on that trust. But I definitely think, like, I think we know deep down whether someone is being sincere or is truly capable or isn't. And I think, like, your heart knows what you need. Don't let your mind corrupt it out of fear. Like, if your heart knows you need more time to just be single, your mind might be like, well, what if we miss out on something? Well, you know, it's just like, tell that bitch to shut up. Like, I tell my brain to shut up sometimes. I'll just be like, and honestly too, a lot of the really, like, mean stuff that my brain says, it doesn't even come from my conscious, like, it doesn't even come from my, like, conscious thoughts. It's always, like, phrased as, like, in second person. And so it really does seem like someone just takes the mic and is yelling at me, and I just tell them to shut the fuck up. Like, you don't know anything. You're wrong. That's not true. Like, talk back to your brain, because it's wrong a lot. And I think that you're in good shape. You're fine. What's next in love is that you're going to continue to slay. And I'm proud of you. God love all of you. You guys are so great, and you're doing a great job. And this is kind of like the eating your vegetables before you have dessert, or I guess in my case, candy. Because we need both candy and vegetables. But actually, honestly, as an adult, I love vegetables. So like eating vegetables is not a problem for me. And I think that's actually what you might find is that it feels really good to set boundaries and expectations, because you no longer have the stress of having unmet needs as much, and also like the unresolved elephants in the room and unresolved conversations. Like, this will be a time of relief, I promise. What's next in love is greater strength in your own truth, and either greater stability and solidarity with someone that you are either in connection or a relationship with, or a realization that, you know, stability can't be had with someone, and you're moving forward. And mind you, moving forward with the support of those who do love you and who do care for you, as you move into calmer waters. And for those of you that are single, I feel like this is a time where you get to release just a lot of what ifs and burdens around what you think you should be doing, because you're just accepting, you know, what's best for you, because you do. And you might get to meet some cuties and flirt and realize like you get to dip your toe in the water with, while also realizing like, I'm not ready to dive into the pool just yet, but I'll stick my feet in. That feels good. So group number 1, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, or just thank you for getting YouTube Premium, because that supports me even more. But yeah, thank you guys for supporting me. All the ways to support are linked down below, but honestly, just liking, commenting, subscribing, all of that's super helpful. Yeah, thank you to all of you guys who do that. I don't know why I've completely forgotten my outro, but I'm kind of cool with it. I love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. I really hope this reading helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Carnelian Heart and this second oracle card, and by proxy the rest of these cards, this is going to be your reading on what is next in love, no matter your relationship status, and it is timeless. So you know, this is meant for you when you see it, not when it was posted. So to start, we got soulmate recognition. I feel like the meme of that kid with like the smug smile, like holding a mug, like I feel like they use it for like, you know, your mom on Christmas Day when you're opening the gift that she said she wasn't gonna get you. Like, I feel like that. It's like, I love it when we start like this. We have maturity. We have the Queen of Wands. We have the Four of Cups. We have the 5th dimension, intuitive communication. You are connected at the soul level. We have criticizing one another will only lead to further unhappiness. Love and accept each other as you are, and your relationship will magically transform. We have truth. And we have reunited. I'm hearing our Lord and Savior Zara Larsson in my head singing Symphony. So that song Symphony, I can't remember what DJ, is it Zed maybe? I don't know. One of the DJs that gets all the singers. Most of you know. So let's start the reading. I love to see this. This is really exciting energy. And I feel like this energy has been building for a minute. For those of you that are single or or have like a counterpart and haven't been interacting with them, it's a little bit different if you are in a committed relationship with someone. For those that are in committed relationships, I definitely just see like, well, not just for those in committed relationships, for all of you, there's an energy of like, oh, we're so back, baby. Like we're back. For some of you, this could be a very significant time especially for my singles, if you like, because you will know if there's like a significant soul-based connection. But here's the thing, I mean, that's not to say that this isn't a new soul-based connection. But I feel like for a lot of you, you'll kind of either know exactly who this is, because there's definitely a part of you that's like, this isn't over, or you know exactly who this is because they're your partner and you're in a committed relationship, or you have, like, you know who this is because you guys have unfinished business and like things have, or, you know, maybe you always felt like things were left unresolved, maybe you haven't known. But for those of you that are single, I definitely think this will feel the most hard to believe, just because you may have not experienced the energy yet, or even if you've like had like deep soul connections to people before, this could be a new soul connection for you. So and I think the way that you'll know if it's a new one or not is when this person shows up. I was about to like give you good advice for that, and then like your guides really just came through and were like, well, they will know when it happens, so they don't need to know how to prepare because they're already prepared for it. And that's bars. So I say that too much behind the scenes. That's really well put by your guides. I'll say that instead. What's next in love for you is either getting back to a loving equilibrium with someone you're already in a relationship with after a time where things have just been a little, like you guys might have been a little bit disconnected, or, you know, maybe just the realities of everyday life have been wearing on the relationship a little bit. You know, maybe you guys have just both been exhausted and stressed, and you just haven't been able to connect in the ways that, you know, remind you of your love for one another. For those of you that are in a relationship that's long distance, are you guys having a trip to see each other soon? Because I really think if this is the first time you meeting them in person, I feel like number one, things are gonna go really well. Obviously be safe, but like meeting people off, I've met so many people off the internet. I met Kino off the internet. Like, I met so many people off the internet, and I've never regretted it once. I imagine I would have if any of those people had done terrible things to me, but I like to think I'm a pretty good judge of character. So it hasn't happened to me, and I'd like to think that you're a pretty good judge of character, because you're going to be recognizing. And maybe that's why it's so weird for some of you, like, especially if this is a situation where you haven't met this person in person yet. Oh my gosh, so exciting. You better tell me about it, because like now I'm invested if that is your situation, because I feel like when you're together in person, of course there's going to be nerves and jitters and like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe I'm actually like looking at this person, touching this person. But I think there's gonna be a real like, oh yeah, I knew I was right about this person or this situation. For others of you, you know, maybe you're long distance with this person, or this person or you or them have been away and not able to see one another. And so, you know, like even if you're in a committed relationship, maybe it's just been hard because you haven't been able to spend time. I'm hearing oil rig. I don't know if some of y'all are working on oil rigs or anything like that. I don't want to do that job, so I salute you. It definitely seems like this is a powerful time for all of you meeting a significant soul connection for the first time, reconnecting to someone that you are in a committed relationship with, or like in a long-term dynamic with, that, you know, things have not been the full essence of what they can be, that you guys are aware of. Also, and for those of you that, you know who this is and have been getting inklings of them in the 5D, like you've been thinking about them a lot, or like, and not thinking about them in ways of like ruminating and limerence, but rather like you're going about your day and they pop up in your mind, or you have a dream about them, or you know, like you start seeing their name, like things where it's almost like you're not seeking them. It's like the universe is plastering their energy as a reminder, plastering reminders of them. And truthfully, if you're in that group, I don't know how this reunion happens. I don't know if it's in person or just through reconnecting. I feel like if you reconnect, I do feel like there's in-person meeting for all of you here. And if it's not here, then I think that plans are being set to make that happen. But I feel like for those of you that are meeting this person for the first time, there will be this weird sense of familiarity. Like, I know you before, I've known you. Oh my gosh, why is this making me tear up all of a sudden? I watched The Good Place recently. It is a very sweet show. I've really loved it. And like, this gives me like Eleanor and Chidi vibes, like not necessarily in like you're like one of you is like Eleanor and one of you is like Chidi, but rather just like in the essence of their relationship. You know, in that show, things get reset and they always end up finding their way back to one another. And there's like, and what I really love about the way that show wrote like their romance is like, you know, there's no denial of who the other is, like, and who this person might be. They might be very different from you, because like the couple that I'm thinking of in this show, like they are very different from one another. And one of the challenges maybe that you've been dealing with if you know who this person is number one, some of you might have been feeling rejected. So you've been so out of like self-protection, maybe you've just only been looking at what's wrong with them and why it can't work out and why it's not worth it, and why you just need to let it go and blah, blah, blah. And then the universe is like, yeah, I'm about that. Maybe you should have listened to your heart a little bit more, because I don't think this situation is quite over, and you might feel kind of bad about the way that you kind of thought or said certain things. I mean, you can really just let it go if you kept it to yourself. But I feel like even then, like there's kind of this big, like, all is forgiven vibe here. And if someone has done something particularly egregious or awful to you, number one, they're not your soulmate, and number two, you have no reason to forgive something that's terrible. So let's just put that on the table. Sometimes y'all watch these videos and then you're like, my ex who like stole my catalytic converter and my tires, and got into a relationship with my mom, like, ugh, I'm so tired of them coming back around. Why does spirit like keep putting this person in my life? And I gotta be like, I don't know if it's spirit. I think maybe you need to hit block, because I don't think you're gonna learn anything else other than that person needs to stay. Like, that person is not a safe person. I don't know if a catalytic converter is a thing or if I just made that up in my head right now. So, and also the example that I just listed, no one's ever said that in their life that I know of, but they've said things adjacent where I'm just like, how did you watch all that? And that's the message you got from it. It scares the shit out of me, quite frankly. And yeah, abuse is not love, and I'll never stand for that. So soulmates, though, you know, in order to have a soulmate, they gotta have a soul, you know. So like, that's kind of important, and you'll recognize the difference, you know, if you've dealt with people that maybe were in their soul with you, but were that were not in their soul. You will recognize that. And I think what's really powerful for all of you. For those of you who know this person, there's going to be a real reckoning with the past, and where, you know, life is asking you both to stand in more maturity, and you know, like, I think for those of you that are couples, like, one of the important lessons of this time is recognizing, like, how the small, irritating day-to-day realities slowly pick away at the love between the two of you, and how important it is to reconnect, reflect, and process, so that, you know, you guys can be loving and truthful with one another and behave and mature ways that honor what you feel in your heart without sabotaging something or without changing your mind from a place of temporary irritation, which I mean, you're allowed to do that, like, but it just seems like what I see here is if there is someone in your life already or someone that you're thinking of, like they're those of you that are in relationships, like this person, neither of you want the relationship to end. Both of you really love each other. I think things have just been tough. And I think one of the things that's been hard is there might be some scorekeeping right now. And like, just because things have been stressful and there's like criticizing of the other, like it's hard when you both are reverting back into like pettiness for one of you to then be like, nah, I'm not going to continue this cycle. And so I see one of you doing that. If you're a fire sign woman, you might be the one doing that. But in general, I do see a lot of fire energy and a lot of attraction. Like I think you both are going to be feeling really attracted to each other and attracted to each other and attractive in general. For those of you that this is someone like maybe you haven't talked to them in the material world in a minute, maybe you're not. And I like to say the words like in separation because like you're on the same planet, you're really not separate. But you know, someone that you're not actively communicating with and that you have a thing with, but it's like things have not been on. I definitely see here that there's going to be a little push and pull internally for you between, oh, I'm so excited that this is a thing and that what I felt intuitively is actually true and there is more here. But also my mind has a list of gripes that I don't know, like, and I think you're going to realize like the list of gripes is going to fade a little bit, but what remains, I think, is going to be valuable information for you, for those of you where this is someone re-entering your life, to just pay attention to in terms of like, you know, where maybe accountability is needed or where, you know, discussion is needed, but that will come. I think may not be the only thing coming. What oh yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. I do think though this will be like one thing that will be really powerful is the awareness that like both of you have matured. Both of you are different. And I think one thing that will be different is that this person will be a lot more confident and even a lot more like brazen. Like they're going to be more outspoken, and I wouldn't be shocked if they approach you. But for some of you though, you could approach them or reach out to them, and it would come from like you're really feeling yourself and like you're just like, you know what, let me just tell them how I feel, or let me just say hey, or like let me just put myself out there. And what you're gonna find is that they respond really positively to you and they seem a bit different. And I would actually say for those of you who feel like you can't see this person reigniting things between the two of you, especially because maybe they did some embarrassing stuff that they're like, they might think like you hate them or want nothing to do with them. They might like stay away despite the pull of the connection out of fear of like they don't want to intrude on your life or intrude on, you know, they might feel like they don't have the right to just come back into your world and be like, hey, you know. So for those of you that feel like this person might not do that out of either respect for you or fear of just not knowing where you're at and feeling like maybe they're not worthy of doing that, you might be the one to open up that door. And it might be something where you're like, where you might feel like you're doing something wrong, but it's your ego that's going to feel that way, I think, you know, because like if this is truly a heart-based connection, which we have truth here, the heart is definitely like, the ego can make things seem a lot scarier and be very convincing, but like honestly, and especially when there's time apart, like I think there's a lot more softness there than you realize for both of you on both ends. And I think also criticism of the self could be quite powerful in keeping you guys from connecting more authentically, because you're like afraid to be rejected by the other, or have the other see you in a way that like you're afraid of. And you don't need to worry about that. Like, yeah, and you know what? I actually have some big news. I would love you if you were a worm. And I need you guys to know that, because in my time gardening, which is a whopping 3-ish months, you know, every single time I've interacted with an earthworm, or just seen an earthworm, I've just gotten really excited and just felt so much love, because I love earthworms. They do such an important job, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, and it made me realize, like, I would love you if you were a worm, but I would leave your ass in the soil where you belong, because you don't belong in my house. Like, you would dry out on the tile. Like, you need to eat dirt in the earth, because that's your job. You're an earthworm, and I love you, but that's where you're needed. And I kind of got off the point of that, but I'm just really happy with the strides that I've made, because I used to not like that phrase, but now I see the light in it, and I realize that I would love people if they were an earthworm, just that love would be a bit different. Anyway, I think that the love here, in the vein of what I was discussing, is one where you kind of realize, like, oh, we needed to grow separately, or oh, we needed to go through XYZ in order to come back together. For those of you that are in relationships, I mean, I feel like, especially depending on how long it's been, you guys kind of know this is part of the drill. Like, we go apart to come together. Like, it's this infinity sign. Like, sometimes you and them are going to be on complete opposite sides, but other times you're going to be converging and meeting in the middle. And then, you know, it's a constant flow and movement. So I feel like for those of you that are completely single, this is where things might get a little bit overwhelming, because sometimes the energies of these connections can be hard to process when you contrast it with how like modern like dating and like the way society talks about romantic relationships, yada yada yada. That might, like, you might feel a lot of confusion and uncertainty, and like, can I trust this? Can I trust this? Can I trust this? Listen to your heart, because I feel like your heart's gonna really know the truth. And I think that for all of you here, any petty disagreements that you've had with this person, if you know them already, like, I feel like there's a lot of like, wow, this doesn't really matter. And also too, for those of you that thought maybe this person, like, you know, this was like a right person, wrong time situation, or just like we just couldn't get it figured out. Oh yeah, like I'm just seeing that scene from The Office. I mean, I don't stand Jim and Pam. I guess I don't even really see, like, it's just a show. But there's an on and off again relationship with Jim and Pam, two characters in the show, which most of you know about, because it's like I don't know. I feel like it's the 2000s version of Friends. It's just like but I don't think it was Friends level when it was out the way I'm too comfortable with you guys. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm going on tangents. I just want to hang out. And I think that that's really too, like, you're going to feel seen and met by whoever this is. And I think for some of you, this is going to be a really sweet reunion. And like, you're going to realize like how much you miss the other. And maybe you've always known how much you've missed them. You've just had to like kind of take some time. You've just had to separate yourself from it so that the pain of missing them wasn't louder than, you know, the other aspects of your life. But I think for those of you that are single, this might come out of nowhere for you, or it might be really surprising, and you might like have an immediate feeling that there's something significant here, and it might be a little bit overwhelming, like I said, where you're like, oh gosh, what does this mean? Like, it might almost be hard to be yourself, because you're gonna be swept up in emotion and afraid of messing it up, but I want you to know you can't really mess it up, because trust me, there are people about to reunite with this person, with their person, and they fully think like, nah, like, there's no way. You better come back to this video when you hear from them and they're a mature, better version of themselves and they're taking accountability. Although if they don't, I'm gonna hit you with, did you pick the right group? But there's no such thing as like, but this could also be like, you know, someone you haven't met yet. For some of you, you could have a person in mind and it might be someone else. You never know. But whoever it is, this is somebody that you truly feel connected to, and who I think you were meant to meet if you haven't met them already. And with this reunited, it's like being reunited for the first time in this lifetime. And that energy is going to be very powerful. And what's cool is that you have a little bit more context, like, oh, I think that this person is more significant than I thought, or I can tell like that there's something really special here. And you'll know that because you'll feel that, and it'll be like, I don't know, it's really hard to describe, but there's a lot of beauty and connection next in love for you, to be perfectly honest. And what I see here is that the world, like your physical world, your environment is going to be reflecting signs of this person if it's not already. Like, serendipitous sequences of events will be occurring, and you might even act in ways that are out of character for you or different, but you just feel compelled to follow that flow anyway, and it leads you either right to this person or leads you to a situation that leads you to this person. Like, I remember when I met one of my like really close friends, like I met them at a party, and I really did not feel like going to that party that night, but I was like, no, I'm gonna go. Like, I made a commitment. I want to be there to support, you know, the friend whose the party was. And like, at that age, I wasn't saying stuff like that very often. There's no ecstasy like canceled plans, and that's true to this day. So back then, the fact that I was like, no, I'm going. Like, I'm going. I need to. I made the commitment. Despite like I really didn't want to go, but I just knew I was going. I just knew. That's kind of the key. I want to circle that. I just knew. That feeling, you're gonna have that. And I think there could be heart to heart. I think there could be recognition if you already know this person. Oh wow, they've changed, I've changed. Wow, they're a lot more confident. I feel like the attraction is definitely gonna be really heightened. Because like I feel like if you know who this person is, they're gonna be feeling themselves a lot more than they used to. Like, they're gonna be they're not gonna be as insecure as they used to be. And for those of you that are meeting this person, I think one thing you're gonna realize as you start to get to know each other, oh wow, this could not have worked if we weren't the version of ourselves now meeting each other. So I think there's gonna be some understanding of why it took time for this person to come into your life. And maybe for some of you, this person like has recently come into your life and you're not sure if there's something, you know, more, and you're not sure if this is the real deal. And it does look like it is. I feel like one big thing is, though, for those of you in like situationship type things, or like, I don't really want to call it a situationship. I would call it more like either an on and off sort of thing, or like yeah, we've always had a thing, but it's just never really got off the ground. Like, I don't even know what you call it. I guess you call it a situationship, but I feel like situationship has taken its own like meaning in the collective consciousness around like basically all the benefits of a relationship without the commitment. And I don't see that being a thing. I mean, if it was a thing in the past, that I could see, but I couldn't see it continuing to be a thing, or being a thing that like, it's just, it doesn't feel right to call whatever this is a situationship if you and this person have a connection, but what is between the two of you is undefined. guess you could call it friends, special friends. But I definitely think with this truth card here, there's an opening up and a heart to heart. I feel like you guys are going to be having conversations, like, you know, things that you haven't unsaid, things you've left unsaid. Sabrina Carpenter has an album called Emails I Never Sent or something like that. There might be a song on that album, or maybe that album itself, that has like signs or messages or significance for you. You might want to check that out. But yeah, those of you that are single, prepare to meet someone really special. Those of you that are asking about a specific person, if it's not this person, it's someone that will probably make you either completely forget about this person or not really be concerned about this person anymore. And for those of you in relationships, you're so back, baby. Like, for all of you, you're so back, baby. But yeah, this is a beautiful reconnection to what matters and what's important. This is kind of the vibe of the universe reminding you that there's a lot more at hand than you can see or understand, and that it would do you, you'd be doing yourself a kind service to I literally lost my train of thought, but you'd be doing yourself a kind service to let this love in. And to maybe call out some of the more nitpicky things that your ego does to protect yourself, because they might just be making it harder for you to listen to your heart, and might convince you more that you need to protect yourself and hold out more. But yeah, definitely a lot of soul energy here. And the challenge of soulmate energy and like just soul bonds is, can the bond be maintained on this in Earth Town? That's the question. So we're gonna go ahead and get tarot now. If you are liking this, I would really appreciate you liking the vid, because that just, number one, lets other people see it and lets me know that you want to see more stuff like this. While I'm shuffling, if you just want to set the intention that, you know, just the messages most necessary come through, and you can do that, or you can just sit here and chill. You can do whatever you want, you beautiful being with free will. Like, I just really, like, I wish I was like more in my feels. Like, I wish the moon was still in Cancer. It moved into Leo, but like, while the moon was in Cancer, I was so like, the moon doesn't have to be in Cancer for me to have thoughts and just start crying, but like, I was really in my feels. And I feel like if I had filmed this then I probably would have been like, I probably would have had more mushy gushy stuff to come through with. But I feel like for a lot of you guys, you're gonna be sharing that with each other. And I think a lot of the mushy gushiness is not like you guys being like, oh my god, you're my sweet soulmate, I love you so much, and you're my... I think it's more like the powerful recognition of like, man, nothing matters but each other. Like, man, this is what life's about. Like, this is proper. Like, this is so this is what everybody was saying about love. Like, this is the kind of thing, like, where it just reprioritizes, it shifts your priorities, because you realize like what's truly important, and like there's important, significant, and deep resonance between you and this person, where, you know, you guys are meant to be involved for a reason. And whether it's being reminded of why you love each other so much, and what's maybe getting in the way of that love, and what needs to be done to just make that less challenging, that's one thing. For others of you, it's that, you know, you're reuniting with someone that, you know, you're picking up where you left off, or you're meeting someone in person for the first time that maybe you've been seeing long distance, or just seeing, or maybe not the first time, but seeing someone after period of long distance. Maybe things have been challenging. Maybe, you know, you're like, I don't know. I think it'll be a really great time. And for those of you that are single, I mean, prepare to do a lot more than mingling. I think you're going to be having heart-to-hearts. But okay, so we're going to ask why this is what's next in love. So why is this what's next in love for my group 2s, please? We have the 8th, because it's time. Also, some of you, quite frankly, not some of you, all of you, unless you're asexual, need to get laid. I don't mean that in like a, oh, like you just need to like, oh, I getting laid. I don't like that I use that terminology just now, but it is kind of the vibe of the Ace of Wands. Like, it's time to bring a spark back into your life, number 1. But number 2, first of all, like, sex is definitely an aspect of this connection, unless, like, you and them are asexual or something like that. But for the rest of you that do the devil's tango, I do think that that sort of physical connection, I think with someone that you share that sort of bond with, I think is really powerful for you creatively. I think it's really powerful for initiating new things in your own journey. I will say, let me ask you guys this. Shout out to Aphrodite. I love him. He's the best. And I've always taken the Ace of Cups as a pregnancy card, but I've seen him talk about the Ace of Wands as a pregnancy card. And I've always seen the Ace of Wands as the dick card. You know, because I mean, don't have to do much imagination there. But I was keeping in mind that he interprets it that way, and like I think that it makes sense. Like it's an interpretation that makes sense to me, and I just wondered, like, do you guys see it in that light yourselves, or do you see it as more just like, I say all that to say, number 1, I am genuinely curious, like, do you guys, because I feel like I might add that to my interpretations, but I guess I just wondered what you guys thought. There's no right or wrong, really. It's just about what's true. I will say, though, that thought came on my mind, and I will say, like, for those of you that are either wanting to start a family, or for the, you know, if you are already with this person and you guys are, like, you know, wanting to bring a sweet soul into this world, if it's possible, or bring a sweet soul into your home, this part of the whys could be to make that happen. But I think for all of you, it's because this was always meant to happen. Like, it's time to bring some excitement, some zest, some passion, some joy, some physical connection into your life. And I think that it's not only good for your energy levels, but it's good for your creativity, for just like your divine spark, for, you know, just unlimited possibility, and just for things to expand and to grow, and for life to feel exciting and fresh and new. And you know, if life's gotten a little stale or flat or boring or old, like, it's just here to bring that spark back, but also to remember as well, like, how magic shit is all the time. We're just not necessarily always seeing it, which is fine and normal. But I do think for all of you, there's going to be a little bit of like, wow, the universe is so sneaky, or like, wow, like the universe has a sense of humor and it's very cheeky. So you might find that, like, you know how I was referencing that meme in the beginning of the reading, like, you know, I'll have to insert it if I remember, but I make no promises. There's 5 groups, and I've literally changed my nails in between doing the intro, so there's been some time. I feel like the universe is kind of like holding their mug, smiling smugly, like, we always had it under control. We always knew what we were doing. You didn't trust us, but we knew we had it in the bag. And like, they're gonna enjoy watching you see truth in real time. I think that, yeah, this is a powerful opportunity for you to just feel excited and attractive and attracted to life, and to feel passionate, and to love in all the ways that love can be. And yeah, you know, no extended for this reading, so we won't be going, I can't use language that I maybe would otherwise. But yeah, I think also what you guys create together is very important. Like, there's clearly a reason why you are already together. You're being brought back together, or you're being brought together for the first time, and it's because you were always meant to. Like, there's real value having each other in your lives. So what do you need to know about this relationship, about this person, about what do you need to know in general? Maybe the Queen of Pentacles. Can we clarify that? So, anything else? Anything else? Okay, so one thing that you do need to know is that you don't need to hold on to this situation very tightly, because it is already being taken care of by Mother Nature, which is actually really cool and really interesting. I do feel like this Queen of Pentacles could be... okay, someone's mother could be instrumental in helping this all come together. And it could be theirs. Like, their mother could, like, if you know their mother, they could be like asking about you, or bringing you up. Like, if you're worried that like this person's mother doesn't like you or something like that, or they wouldn't like you anymore because you're not with... no, I think you've always been their favorite. That's probably a very specific message for someone. But I think that what you need to know is that you don't need to hold on to this situation so tightly. For those of you that are in relationships, like, you don't have to parentify your partner, or you don't have to take on a parental role in your partnership. You might feel like if you're not taking care of it, or if you're not doing everything you can to nourish it, that it will fall away, and that's just not true. I feel like in general, you haven't needed to hold on so tightly to this situation. Like, you were never gonna miss your soulmate. You were never gonna mess things up. Like, I feel like it's almost like this is like the spirit of Earth or the universe. Like, there's just this really loving motherly energy around everything that's been keeping stability and nourishment and care around, like, the connection. And I feel like what you need to know is that, like, the universe has always had your back here. Like, you've always been covered and protected there. But for those of you where this person is someone from your past that's like resurfacing, it is important to pay attention. Like, there's a difference between recognizing a soulmate and really wanting someone to be that. And I can't put into words how you feel the difference, but what I can say is that if they show up and are the exact same way they were when in the past, and that did not go well, they're probably not who you're thinking. But there's real, like, what you need to know is that, like, in terms of you and this person's future, there's a really solid, stable opportunity for something grounded and long lasting here, and you don't need to hold on to it super tightly or hold back or be like, or feel like you need to like be waiting for the right... like, you don't need to overthink this. I think what these cards are really saying is life has your back. And for those of you that are in relationships, don't hold back when it comes to, well, I guess when it comes to criticizing one another, maybe do hold back, but don't hold back when it comes to suggesting solutions or like creating opportunities for new ways of connecting with each other. Like, I feel like there's new stable foundations that are being built in your existing relationship with this person that come through earnest heart-to-hearts, and also realizations where I think maybe your partner realizes how much effort and energy and maintenance that you've been putting into the relationship already. But for those of you where you're not in a committed relationship with this person already, like, I feel like what you need to know is that the universe has already been taking care of this situation. You don't need to be a helicopter parent about it. Like, you don't need to monitor it. You don't need to, like, you're not going to mess it up. Keep taking good care of yourself, keep living your life, and keep building solid habits and foundations, whether this person has entered your life or not, because I feel like you will feel better just knowing you're more prepared. So, like, for example, let's say, I guess just like act as if there's kind of this message of like, the sooner you start planting seeds thinking like this person is already going to be here, the more well prepared you will be when they show up or when you guys reconnect. And you'll be so happy you did, because you'll realize, like, one of the things that might cause you to hold back a little bit is a feeling of like, oh, well, I'm not ready, or I'm not prepared, or just fear of feeling out of your depth. But you'll be okay. You don't need to hold on too tightly because the situation is solid. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, because this is an interesting combination. But I don't think there really is anything you need to worry about. And there's true dead air inside my brain, which is very rare. So if you get a message from this combination of cards, please feel free to share it in the comments, because number one, I love when you guys share what you get, because not only does it help expand my understanding, but I guarantee you're not the only one that had that interpretation, and it might just be really validating for someone else to be like, oh yeah, that's what I saw too. I'm only one brain, I only have so many thoughts, and apparently for the first time ever I had none by the end of that. But okay. Let's get some encouragement / guidance for my group twos. Wow, another Pentacles card. So the encouragement and guidance here is to be thinking about what's important, and the encouragement of, like, when I see this card, I think of Rome wasn't built in a day. And I just noticed that there's Dalmatians in this Ten of Pentacles, which I think is unique. I don't think there's Dalmatians in the regular Ten of Pentacles, but I just like that. Maybe Dalmatians are significant in some way, but I feel like this encouragement and guidance is saying, like, things may not be happening according to the timeline you would like, or things might be stressful and frustrating right now, but don't lose sight of the bigger vision that you are building, either already with this person or the bigger vision that you want for your life. Because I feel like for those of you where you are going to meet this person or you're reconnecting to this person, you are going to struggle with the impulse to want to, like, hold back and just be the most palatable version of yourself possible, and just be more cautious, because, like, you might be afraid of messing things up or something like that. And I feel like you might not be as communicative as you would like to be because you're afraid of annoying them, or things like that. And I feel like the universe is really asking you to zoom out and realize, like, someone that wants to build something solid with you, or if, like, the thing that you might be worried about doing is something that's natural for the version of you that you're stepping into, and that would be natural for the roles that you see this version of yourself being. So, like, for example, in a long-term partnership dynamic, you're not going to overthink every text you send to them. Like, well, I hope you don't. That would be a very horrible way to live. But realistically, I think what the universe is encouraging you and saying here is that throwing a rock at a castle is not going to cause it to come crumbling down. And when something is built on a solid foundation with good engineering, it's pretty dang hard to take it down unless there's a controlled demolition. Or point being, I'm getting too far with that example. Point being, though, that this situation is a lot more solid than you realize, and a lot of the things that you worry about are don't sweat the small stuff, because it's not as impactful or stressful as it feels in the moment. And like the version of you that's stressing over the wording of like a text message, for example, like future you is gonna be laughing about that and in like nostalgic sweetness, and also like, oh, I can't believe I thought things were that fragile. Like, they're not. I mean, the fact that we have all these pentacles here, like, this is super solid. And I think there's encouragement here that you guys have the potential to not only build wealth together, but to build a legacy together, and that there's a lot of creative potential, potential for family, and potential for generational wealth and accumulation together. So yeah, quite significant energies. And so I feel like they want you to know, like, put your whole heart into this situation, because if you're not, you're missing out on some of the beauty that you could be embodying in the moment. Like, you know, there's nothing more powerful than being loved by someone when you are at your most chaotic or most vulnerable or messiest, because it really just goes to show, those are the moments that show you how much someone truly cares about you and how lovable you are, despite what you might tell yourself. So we're going to go ahead and finish this reading off with some final guidance cards for you guys. So to start, we have Diamond Chakra. Well, diamonds, that is the stone typically used in engagement rings. So if that's a thing that you want in your life, or your partner might want, that could be a sign. But Wheel of Fate signals time to realign and contemplate, balance attained, blessed outcomes ordained. And I think also too, think about how diamonds are made. They're formed under pressure. So yeah, I think a lot of things about your life are gonna make sense as this person comes in. For those of you that are already in a relationship with this person, I feel like this is just refining, getting rid of debris and refining what's there, making it stronger and sturdier. But for those of you that are reconnecting with this person or haven't met them yet, I definitely think that this is a as things progress, you're gonna have an understanding of why things unfolded the way that they did. And honestly, for those of you in a relationship with this person already, you could probably freely admit, like, after I met this person, a lot of things started to make sense about why my life unfolded the way it had before them. We also have compassion. You demonstrate the language of the heart by actively sharing and living love. Yeah, so I feel like there's a lot of forgiveness and compassion here, that where, like, compassion for yourself for like what you wish you would have done in the past, compassion for where this person was at, compassion for yourselves, you know, if things have been hard and you haven't been your best selves to each other, compassion for the versions of you that looked for love in the wrong places before this person showed up, compassion for the version of you that didn't know it was okay to take ownership of the fact that it's okay to want love and it's okay to want to find your soulmate, compassion for the fact that, you know, not everybody, love doesn't feel safe to everyone. And a lot of people don't know what love looks like until someone is brave enough to show them without controlling them. And a lot of times it takes a lot of courage for someone to do that, because when someone doesn't know what love looks like, it can be very confronting. It can make them want to run. It can make them act in ways that, you know, are hurtful or confusing. But it's only through compassion that we understand that we're all just doing our best. And of course, that's not to say you excuse anything that's unexcusable, but I do think compassion for where both of you were, for where both of you have been, or compassion for yourselves will just make it easier for you to discard what isn't necessary any psychic debris that gets in the way of true connection. All right, yeah, I guess Spirit just wanted to double down there. They were like, by the way, did we mention that this connection was spiritual? Because it is. So a relationship has a connection that goes beyond this lifetime. So yeah, I mean, you're thick as thieves. Like, I really don't see how. I think you could try to keep this person out of your life if you really wanted. You'd have to work really hard, and I think you'd still fail. So you really shouldn't be worried about, like, what if this situation doesn't work out, or what if I don't meet them? You should be worried about, well, I guess you shouldn't be worried about it, but like, the thing that would be truly challenging, I think, would be not running into each other somehow, not interacting with one another, because life will find a way, trust me. So yeah, trust that this connection transcends what makes the logical sense a lot of the time, but that's kind of the whole point, because a lot of what makes logical sense to human beings is absolutely senseless to reality. So the truth that you feel and sense and experience in relationship with this person is a million times more impactful than any dramatics of the ego. That it's far more powerful than any dramatic ego shit that could even convince you for a second that you're doing too much, or that this is stupid, or whatever. It's not stupid. You're not stupid, and this is very beautiful, and I'm very excited for you, and I would like to hear about this, so you better tell me. So pile 2, leave me an owl or a red heart, or both, if you got to the end of this reading, because that is where I'm going to leave it. But thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, or leaving me a tip if you have ad blocker on, or turning off your ad blocker for me, or just getting YouTube Premium so you can watch me ad-free all the time and still support me. If you'd like to support me in other ways, liking, commenting, subscribing, sign up for my email list. Email list gets special privileges, and also I'm gonna have like exciting things coming up you're probably gonna want to be in, not probably, you should want to be in the know about. And also email list gets fun free stuff whenever I think to do that. Email list, I've actually owed you something for a minute, so I will be coming through with that as soon as possible. But yeah, everything else is linked down below. I love you guys so much. I really hope this reading helped and just brought you what you needed. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the pyrite heart and this oracle card, and by proxy the rest of these, this is going to be your reading on what is next in love, no matter your relationship status. And this is a timeless reading, so whenever you find it is when it's meant for you. So to start, we have healing, we have the Page of Cups, we have the King of Cups, we have heartbreak, we have journal, we have embrace. Through each other you find the missing pieces, we have options, and move on. Okay, so I feel like for a lot of you, I feel like a lot of you might assume that this spread is more negative than it really is. With heartbreak and move on, I don't see these as like bad things. Actually, I find this energy to be really sweet. And depending on your circumstances, it'll definitely be different how this manifests. And this one might even be a little bit more specific. So if this group is not hitting, and it seems like I've kind of moved through all of the relationship status types and how I see it manifesting, and it's not hitting for you, I would try another group. But the energy here is really sweet, and I see this energy in your love life as being very gentle, full of potential. But there's just like this, the energy of your love life feels like the way water in a creek or crick moves quietly. Maybe other people call it a stream. I don't know. Are streams and creeks different things? It's just very soft, gently moving water. And I see here that for those of you that are, I could see some of you being in a committed relationship with this person, but I feel like for the vast majority of you, this is either a situation where you are starting to get serious with someone who has experienced a significant heartbreak and is trying to open themselves up back to love. The thing is I'm not saying that you haven't either, but I do feel in your energy and in your space there's more readiness. And the fact that we have the King and the Page of Cups, there might be an age difference here, which could be contributing to it. And even in this King of Cups, it says the single dad. And interestingly, there's a seahorse in this Page of Cups card. And seahorses are one of the few creatures where I believe the male is the one that gets pregnant and has, what are baby seahorses called? Does anyone know that? I would love to know. Or maybe they're just baby seahorses or sea foals. I don't know. What I do know is that there's a lot, if there is someone in your life and in your world, it seems like they're either more mature or more reserved. Now, this could be flip-flopped, and you could be in the more mature, reserved side, and someone else, and you could be the one that has like the deeper, heavier heartbreak that you're still healing from and carrying, but there is genuine romantic interest with someone who, you know, I would say has less life experience in terms of, one of you here has less I can't talk. Less life experience. That's better. Less life experience than the other. And that like may not account for age. Like, for example, one of you could be older but have less life experience in terms of family, romantic relationships than the other. So take that as it resonates. But I do see here, depending on the level of investment on your end and the level of like openness and intimacy between the two of you, I do think that depends on how this next phase of life goes. But it feels like there's a very healing energy here where I don't think neither of you are fully ready to, neither of you really feel ready for what's happening between the two of you. And it seems like maybe one or both of you have children from a different situation. Maybe one of you has a child from a different situation and the other is childless, for example, and is maybe like, oh, I have really, like, I have feelings for this person, but I don't know, it just seems like a lot of baggage. Like, or maybe like there's just a lot of, like, this is a serious sort of thing to commit to, should I choose that? Like, one of you might feel a bit out of your depth, but I feel like there's a lot of gentleness and patience here no matter what. For those of you that are single and haven't found somebody, like you don't have a person, I do think that this manifests a bit differently in the sense that you might be experiencing two different ends of the romantic spectrum. One where you're encountering people that are very seasoned in terms of like the life that they've had in their love life. They could be, and I wouldn't even say that they're jaded. I would just say that they're maybe more cautious and like there's an emotional maturity about them, but they're maybe not very flashy. And also they might be quite reserved with their own, just with their own heart. And then on the other side of that, there could also be people that are very like romantic and romantically interested and have very fantastical ideas about the type of relationship they want to be in. There's more youthfulness and naivete there Doesn't mean that they're younger than you, but they could be. And for those of you that are single, I definitely see here you kind of reflecting on what kind of love do I want to have here? Because I think that there's beautiful options. Like for those of you, because I kind of see two situations here. Either there's an established dynamic and clear interest with a person that you have in mind, and it fits where one of you is maybe more one of you is either younger or just has less experience, and the other, you know, maybe has more responsibilities, or, you know, is still carrying baggage from a past situation. And so you guys are but there's like genuine interest and desire to keep getting closer, see where things go, and you're just kind of navigating that. Whereas for others of you, I feel like as you're kind of moving through your own journey, you are encountering very different elements of romantic partners that you could have, and kind of figuring out what works for you. The fact that we have embraced through each other, you find the missing pieces. I think for all of you, this is a powerful time for you to discover what you and anyone else involved with you needs in romantic partnership, at least at this time, and whether it is aligned with your needs and their needs, and so on and so forth. So I feel like for those of you that have a more specific person in mind, or not in mind, I would say in heart, truthfully, I feel like there's a lot of understanding and openness on your end towards them. And I feel like that is deeply appreciated by this person. And you know what's interesting too? The number 43 pops up twice here, and the heartbreak even is on the same side. Like there's half of a heart on the same side. It's the right side. And I think that there is the potential, like if there's someone in your life, you guys could have a really healing period where maybe they start to open up to you more, or if you're the one that's maybe carrying the baggage here, you start to open up to them more about just where your vulnerabilities still lie, you know, where your hesitations and reservations might be in love, especially if you or they have children, you know, there might be concern just about like, you know, I want to do this in a way that's fair for them. Like, how do I navigate that? Like, I feel like if there is someone that has children from a past situation, they could even be like a widower, or, you know, just had, or just like lost their partner. This could be just a very sensitive thing for them. And I feel like it's like, there's like this clear energy that I think that you guys are going to be discussing, where it's like, we both really enjoy spending time together. We both have feelings here. We both have like aligned goals. And this feels like a really special, promising situation. Here's where we both feel out of our depth. And how can we move forward together in the best way for everyone, and make sure we're still honoring ourselves and our own needs in the process? I really love that. And I think that's very beautiful. And for those of you that are single, I think for you, I think you're going to be like kind of weighing the experiences of, you know, someone who is a little bit more jaded or guarded when it comes to love, someone with more responsibilities on their plate, someone who approaches relationships with more weight and sincerity than someone who has a less established life in that way, who maybe doesn't have a family of their own, or who maybe is newer to love and dating in a serious way. Because I do feel like with this Page of Cups here, I feel like for all of you, there is this beautiful feeling of reawakening hopeful feelings of love in life. Like you might feel like a giddy little girl or boy again, and you might even find, like, if you resonate as being the one that's carrying a lot of this heaviness, you might find that the levity from the person you're asking about, if they're the ones that are bringing the levity, or if there is, you know what I'm saying, you're smart, you might find that they bring out a part of you that you haven't been able to access because there just has been a lot of weight on your shoulders in life, and a lot of just, there's been a lot of heaviness and a lot of just need to be strong. And I feel like this this person in this situation can be both confronting and cathartic. But what I really like about this situation is that there is no expectation or demand that I see here on anyone. And I see that what's next in love is the opportunity to move forward from heartbreak, past heartbreaks that have held you back and weighed you down. Same with this person. And if you are single and you don't have a person, I think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for you to just be in a fun, romantic energy in a way that kind of is very healing, not kind of, in a way that it is very healing for you. Because maybe I feel like you're not I feel like number one, you have stronger boundaries. But number two, you're opening up to life even though you don't quite feel ready to. And in doing so, you're finding the missing pieces you need to let go of things that you've been carrying for quite a long time that have maybe weighed on your spirit or just weighed on, just kept life heavier. So I do feel like what's next in love for all of you is bringing clarity to aspects of your romantic life that, number one, you've been ready to experience for a hot minute now. Like, I think it'll be just really nice. I feel like for everybody here, these are like beautiful, like if this has budding romance vibes to me. And for some of you, this could be quite a long time coming, especially if you've kind of been reserved for quite a while, or, you know, if you have had a specific person in mind and they've been the ones that have been kind of emotionally reserved. I think there's kind of this really beautiful thing where either you're doing this processing on your own if you're single. And the thing is, like, if you're single, I think you'll kind of know what direction you want to go in, and I think you'll be getting more serious with someone. And unless you realize through this process that what you were looking for was actually something you were trying to find in yourself. But even then, I see that being just a step that you needed in order to, I don't even know how Spirit is trying to show this, like how Spirit wants me to communicate this, but like it's almost like tying up a loose end that you've needed. Like, I'm visualizing, like, if you were putting beads on a string to make a necklace, and you have a knot down here to keep all the beads, right? And you're making the necklace, and then you forget to tie the other knot before you turn it into a necklace, and then all the beads fall apart and all your hard work is gone, everything's gone everywhere, now you gotta start over. I feel like for those of you that are single, it's like there's a tying up of a loose end in terms of like wounding in your own self-worth. And it's not even wounding that you even necessarily need to be aware of, because all it really does is manifest itself as this vague, like, feeling of resistance towards things that you truly desire. And I feel like this process is going to help you release that and move away from it for good. And the fact that we have journal here as well, I think during this time you're going to have experiences that don't quite make sense in the moment. Like, someone says something innocent to you and all of a sudden you just start crying. Or, you know, for those of you where the person carrying more of this heaviness is the person you're interested in, you know, they start opening up to you about things and what their needs are, and you might be realizing, like, wow, you know, if someone had opened up to me about this stuff in the past, like, I might have taken it really personally, or I might have taken it as a rejection rather than seeing it for what it really is. Or you may have realized, like, you could have been interpreting this person's behavior as a lack of interest or rejection, when in reality you were just using your own insecurities to fill in blanks to answers you didn't have. Which, mood, I feel like we, like, all humans do that until we, like, see things more clearly, which we're constantly doing forever, ironically, as our eyesight tends to get worse. But I think that this is a beautiful time where there's no pressure for any of you and anyone you're involved with. And there's kind of just this understanding, like this really feels like that Bible quote about love. I think it's Corinthians, but I'm not sure. It's like, love is patient, love is kind, love allows, love forgives. And I think that, like, for some of you, you just might find that you're really happy, like, you were patient in this situation, because you might realize, like, you could have been pushing this situation away out of fear, or out of, like, heartbreak, or fear of heartbreak, which would be, like, I do think that fear is there, and I think that that is coming to the surface for all of you, because I would say that any challenges that you're experiencing in love are related to hang-ups from heartbreak you haven't quite released yet, whether you consciously realize it or not. And, like, let me be clear, you can't just decide or choose or will your way out of something that is buried in your nervous system, like, or buried in your subconscious. So, you know, don't beat yourself up if you're like, I thought I moved past this, I thought that, because honestly too, a lot of times something that you think is just connected to one event, like, there could be a lot more events that actually impact that that wound than you realize, and there might be more there than you realize. And I think that it's not really about you even having to consciously understand it and process it. It's more about realizing that it, through the series of healing events that are meant to occur in your love life in the near future, it's like there's a feeling of levity for all involved, and a feeling of, like, oh, I can be free of this. Or not even just, it's not like, I'm not even describing it as accurately as I want to, because, like, words don't really do it justice. I don't think you're even gonna be consciously thinking about what's happening. And I feel like the process is gonna be more natural and intuitive, where, you know, you spend time with this person and you just wake up the next day and you feel lighter. Or you just start crying randomly and you don't know why, but after you do, you feel a lot better. And then 2 weeks later, something happens and you're like, if that happened to me 3 weeks ago, I would have, you know, crashed out, and now it doesn't even affect me. Like, you'll know that things you were holding on to are gone, because you're gonna find, like, things that would have hurt it in the past just don't affect you anymore. And I think that this is a very beautiful collaborative process that I'm seeing on your end, and if there's another person involved on their end as well, where you guys are figuring out for yourselves what the best moves are going to be. And I think that there's kind of this clarity on, I don't think we have it quite figured out. I don't think we know exactly what we're doing here, but let's just do right by each other. Let's make a plan. Let's head in a certain direction. Let's be aware of what our options are and what is and is not on the table, and go from there. And I feel like that low pressure situation is bringing a lot of levity for both of you. And for those of you that are single, I feel like you're gonna find yourself feeling so much freer during this time. And a message that I have for my singles here as well, that I really want you to take to heart, and maybe for those of you that have a person, maybe you need to hear this as well. So for whoever this is, please take it. But a lot of what you felt you needed to fix or was wrong with you before you could enter a more loving relationship is complete bullshit. And that was projected onto you by someone who could not love you the way you deserved, and by someone who had, you know, a lot of their own deep personal issues that they clearly weren't working on. But you've never had an issue being lovable. And I'll tell you right now, like, it feels really good to, like, sit in this energy and do this reading. Like, I promise you, you are not difficult or challenging to love. And anyone who's made you feel that way, give that back to them, because that's how they feel about themselves. Okay, so I'm gonna pull some tarot cards now. and we are just gonna dive a little bit deeper. But if you are enjoying this, thanks for leaving me a little like ski and for turning off your ad blocker, or just getting YouTube, just get to YouTube Premium. I couldn't watch YouTube with ads. But yeah, just letting my ads play in the background is really helpful because it's free for you and it helps me and it wastes advertiser dollars because I'm not expecting you to watch them or interact with them. But yeah, thank you to everyone who just takes the time to leave me a little like or support. You may want to sign up for my email list. You should want to sign up for my email list, and you should stay wanting to sign up for my email list because cool stuff is coming there. Yeah, other ways to support are linked down below. But yeah, I'm just grateful that you guys are here, and I feel like I want you guys to know that even if it's okay to not feel quite ready for how life is calling for you to be more vulnerable and be more open, but know that you are ready, because life wouldn't be calling you if you weren't ready for it. Okay. Why is this what's next in love for my group 3s? Yeah, because you guys have been doing the work. Not only have you been doing the work, but you have the skills and the ability to have the type of relationship that you want. And either you have someone else in your life that has that ability too, and that's why you guys are going through this process together. Or if you're single, you know, I think that you have been doing a lot of work on yourself. And I think that for all of you, life has been a lot more work than it has been play. And I think that you guys have been, you know, in wonderful ways, taking life seriously, you know, grinding very hard, working really hard, you know, just y'all have been doing grunt work. It's been heavy. Like I can see it, I can feel it. And I think that it's just time to, number one, put all that hard work to the test. Because I think what a lot of you guys don't realize is that you've been doing hard work that, and your body has been doing hard work that I don't think you guys are aware of, which you don't need to be. But if you feel like life is just like you're just exceptionally tired and you can't quite explain why because nothing's different, or you just find that like you need more sleep, or you need more time and space to just process than you have in the past, like I feel like you're just naturally healing and purging things that cannot remain as you step into this new era of life. Like it literally looks like the sun's coming up. Yeah, Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles, I feel like is a good song for like this. That song I feel like really describes the vibe of this reading. And I feel like it's been all work, no play for a while, and it's time to just bring some sweetness back into your life. Or what's that rock song Gen Xers love? Pour some sugar on it. That. And that's not to knock Gen Xers. I love Gen Xers. I would do anything for Gen Xers. They're my favorite. Okay. So, what do my group 3s need to know about their love life and about this relationship, if there is one in their life, or just about this type of love in general? What do they need to know? What you need to know is that the truth is not scary when both people are being honest and both people want the truth. And I think that that is what's happening here. And I think that, you know that phrase, love is blind. I think that it's very easy to see what we want to see, or just literally not see situations. It's easy to see situations like through a loving lens when we feel that for someone, you know what I mean? And I think that for a lot of you here, and likely a lot of you that I've had that have someone in mind that resonates with this, or yeah, you guys have had experiences where you've You guys might feel like your picker is broken, which first of all, it's not. I don't even like that. I don't like that phrase, truthfully, even though it's, I mean, we choose the people that reach the parts of us we can't meet ourselves, I feel like. And I'm guessing I'm just talking out of my ass there, but I feel like you don't think that you have a clear and sound enough mind to be able to trust yourself when something is safe or something is fair or something is honest. But trust me when I say that you have learned from past lessons in terms of ignoring your gut. And I think that's the thing, is like, maybe you're more used to having feelings of denial in situations because there have been gut feelings that have been quite uncomfortable that you haven't known how to process. And so because it's uncomfortable to look at, you just kind of like, oh, let's pretend that's not there and everything's fine and let's keep going. And then when things blow up, you're like, ah, man, like, I knew more than I was letting on. Like, why didn't I just listen to myself? And because that's life. That's life. Like, that is like love in a nutshell. Like, or I guess not love itself. I mean, how can you categorize that? It's the process of living and learning in a nutshell, right? And I feel like what you need to know is that you have accurate enough discernment to know when someone is doing right by you or not. And you're not wrong to feel like if there is someone else in this situation for you, that they also have your best interests at heart. So know that that feeling intuitively is not something you need to question or feel like you need to overthink. Because realistically, if someone doesn't have your best interests at heart, they're not going to have heart-to-hearts with you. They're not going to sit down. They're not going to have discussions like this where you guys are laying it all out on the table. Like, I almost see it like you guys are explorers and you're laying out like all of the stuff that you guys have brought from your previous adventures, and like, here's what I have and here's what you have, and okay, like, maybe we should do this, or let's go. Like, I just see you guys laying it all out there together, and I don't see you coming up with clear and concrete answers that are like fully fulfilling and satisfying, but I do see you guys coming to an understanding of where the other is at and saying, all right, here, like, let's try this. It's more experimental. And I'm not saying like the relationship is experimental, but how you guys move in a relationship is more experimental, because there's a lot of like, we just want the other to be, we want the situation to be balanced, we want the other to be comfortable, we want the other to be happy. Neither of you want to be invisible or lost in the situation. And for all of you, there's a huge message here that you're not doomed or cursed to be stuck with shitty people forever. And that subconscious belief, I think, might be one of the things that naturally gets purged through this process. Because one thing that, if you haven't seen it yet already, you will start to see it more and more. The types of people that you used to be attracted to, and that you still might find attractive, you know and see the warning signs, and you're like, oh, this person can't have an honest conversation. Oh, when I try to, honestly, I don't even think you guys are interacting with these people. I think it's just from pure observation, and you're like, I would have been so into that person, and now I just see that they are emotionally unavailable and flaky and selfish. And wow, I'm so glad that I can see that from a mile away and I don't need to figure it out for myself. I think that this situation, you can trust yourself to do what's right and what's fair by you. The universe clearly does. And they so much like, and they want you to know that. But also, I think that there's a beautiful recalibration in this period of time where your sense of justice and fairness is being refined to make sure that you are included in that situation. And I think what might be interesting is that if there's a specific person that's involved in this time, and not just like different types of people if you're on the more single end, I think what you're going to find is that they also have challenges, including themselves, in what's fair and what's right. I think you both have been on the receiving end of like, you know, some really like abusive and toxic behaviors that just maybe warped your sense of what is acceptable and what isn't. And I think this situation is here to correct any imbalances you have in your perception of yourself, of what you deserve, of the type of relationship you're capable of having with someone, and the type of person that is capable of loving you in the ways you deserve to be loved. Like, this is that time where you're starting to see that, and distortions in your lovability, and distortions in what is romantic and what is okay and not okay. It's being rebalanced. And I think another message that is being given to you is you might have bouts of rage during this time, and that's also okay. Like, channel that rage in ways that make you feel alive. I was about to start jokingly say a bunch of terrible things, you know, like rob a bank, but obviously I don't mean that. You know, dance, like listen to like screamo music and like go crazy, like just like be wild in ways where you just like get it out. Like, you need to be Donnie from the Wild Thornberries. Like, you just need to like like you just need to like get it all out. It's good for you. It's good for you. It will help with the processing and releasing of subconscious blocks. Okay, now let's get some encouragement and guidance from the universe when it comes to your love life. Yes, this is beautiful. Don't doubt the power of your heart, and don't doubt, like, the reason why people have impacted you so deeply in life is because you have a big and loving heart. You know, you are impacted more deeply by things than the average person is, but that's largely because the average person is desensitized and emotionally immature. So it is very easy to get bogged down by a lot of the emotional immaturity and egoic bullshit you see out in the world. But like, honestly, a lot of the egoic bullshit you see out in the world is just what's online and in media, and they push the worst of the worst. You know, and I actually even saw in a comment section the other day, someone that the real scary comments are always like in the replies to popular comments, you know what I mean? And I saw this comment of someone that was like, see, if they hadn't outlawed polygamy, you know, we wouldn't have any of these problems, because, you know, you could just get another wife, and then it wouldn't be, then you know, you wouldn't run into these problems. And I was just like, oh my God, it's really scary to think that someone like that thinks that way and exists. But that comment only had one thumbs up, and it was definitely from the person who commented it. And you know what was underneath that comment? 3 other people that responded about how absurd that person's perspective was, and every single comment had tens, like 30, 20 or 30 like thumbs up in terms of replies of how ridiculous that statement was. And I feel like it was just such a great symbolic example of the fact that, yeah, people are gonna say crazy shit on the internet, but more often than not, you cannot see how many people agree with the fact that what that person is saying is, yes, terrifying, but also at the same time, they are so much in the minority. And that type of thinking and that type of person is not as common as we think it is, because there really are a lot more sensible and like people that are trying to do right by others in this world than we realize. And I feel like for you, you don't need to worry about someone ripping the rug out from underneath you and like secretly being terrible. Because honestly, a lot of times these people, well, not all of them, but you don't need to worry about that because you can sense it and you can recognize that you're not a rehabilitation center for wounded people. And I think that's an encouragement as well. You are not a rehabilitation center for wounded people, which is a bit ironic because this situation does give kind of like rehabilitation center for wounded people vibes. But I think the difference is that this isn't like you healing, like someone isn't clinging on to you being like, please, please heal me. It's rather like, here's where I know I still need to grow. Here's where I'm still sensitive. I don't know what the way is forward, but I feel something special with you. And I feel grateful that you're in my life. And I want to move forward together. Like there's definitely, you're not being held responsible or accountable for someone else's healing. And anytime you feel like you are responsible for someone else's healing, that's when you need to take a step back and be like, whoa, no, I'm not. You can tell someone how to go to the bathroom. You can tell them where the bathroom is. You can direct them. You can give them a step-by-step process. But if you start wiping their ass for them, you're just going to get shit on your hands. And that's why this country needs bidets to be normalized. I need to get a bidet. Anyway. Oh, we're getting chaotic now. But I told you things would get lighter because I feel like I started this reading in a much heavier place than I'm ending it. Like I feel like I feel lighter. And I hope you feel lighter too, because that's part of my goal here. But number one, you're psychic as fuck. You pick up on things. Trust your first instinct when someone comes on to you and you're like, oh, this person ain't shit. Like, I promise you, you're right. I promise you, you're right. And if you are like, yeah, but maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm wrong. Check and see if that, I'm not gonna go there, because I'm generalizing. I was about to generalize a sign, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. That's not fair. Anyway, you are doing a great job of protecting and caring for your heart, and you might not see it quite yet, but I think you are going to see it in this time. And I think you are going to realize as well the power your heart has to, number one, be self-healing, and number two, to create healing effects in the lives of others, not because you're trying to heal them, but because you're just doing what's right and what's best based on on how you're seeing things, how you're approaching it. It's liberating other people as well, and realizing that, you know, you don't have to take one, there's a lot of people think there's only option A or option B, and you are coming in and being like, hey, no, there's actually option C, D, XYZ, like. And another encouragement and guidance message that I would give you as well is never think for a second that you are going to be unwanted and alone in life, because you make people feel seen, and you make people feel loved, and you make people feel heard, and you are a lovely light and joy to be around. And the people that make you feel insecure or make you feel like, what if I need to hold on to a situation because what if something, like, what if, you know how I was saying there's no pressure, no stress? Like, if you ever get pangs of fear and insecurity, like, you know, what if the situation doesn't work out, or, you know, what if I never find the right person, or something like that. Number one, if you don't find the right person, you are going to be fine, because you'll realize that it's there, because you saw who was wrong for you and you didn't settle. I don't believe that there will always be a quote right person for you, because anyone that can meet you in that loving place that you're capable of going and sharing, like, there are plenty of right people for you, I guess is just what I would say. and you'll have this time and opportunity to really see, is what's here, what's going to work and be what's best. But you really do have your own best interests at heart, and there's your loving nature is not something that anyone can take from you, and it's not something that you should hold lightly or feel embarrassed or ashamed of. It's part of what makes you so powerful. Princess of Power by Marina. I don't know if she's still Marina in the Diamonds, but you might resonate with that song. But I feel like there's just a big encouragement here to don't be afraid of what's in your heart, because it's just a ton of wisdom and a ton of like love and healing that is yours. Like, it's yours. It is generated from within you. Like, I feel like it's encoded into like your body and your DNA, because it's just like you have a big loving soul, and a lot of people might want a piece of that, but you're not a bad person for making sure that you only open yourself up to those who are capable of treating your heart with the sensitivity and care that it deserves. And I think what you're seeing here in what's next is those who are capable of doing it, and also realizing that it says nothing about you that people from your past were not able to. It just says everything about them. And I think that the biggest, if I could summarize everything this Queen of Cups is saying to you, don't settle. Just period, don't settle. Because I think what you'll find, especially if you have a person in mind here, if you guys lay everything out and it just seems like, okay, like one of us is not going to be given what we need here, there might be some sadness and like some, oh, like, you know, maybe we'll just have to be friends. Like, there might be that, but there will be this feeling of freedom. Like, okay, well, I'm glad we discussed this. I'm glad we had this conversation, because now you're not stuck in ambiguity. Now you're not putting your eggs in a basket that can't hold them. But I think it is definitely going to be circumstantial based on where you guys are at and how this resonates for you, how this energy manifests. So we're gonna go ahead and finish off. I hope you guys can still see the it's been very smoggy here, and so it's gotten darker as I've sat down here. But guidance. We have, I relax, a sacred shield of spiritual protection supports my heart in attracting exceptional blessings and generous grace. And you know what? You are an exceptional blessing. And I want you to understand that you are an exceptional, like, it actually makes me want to cry. Like, you are such an exceptional blessing, and you are so precious. Like, the way that I feel about you is the way that I feel when I see baby deer around my house. Like, you are precious and I love you. Like, I just want to hug the shit out of you. And I just want you to know, like, you've got you, the universe has got you, and those that seem to be around you or coming into your world have got you as well. Like, they want what's best for you. And there's this beautiful, like, the fact that this is all green, like, and the first phrase is I relax. Yeah, I'm not shocked, because your love life is about to get a lot lighter, if it has been heavy. I feel like for a lot of you, it's just been kind of on the back burner, but I think you've been okay with that out of fear of heaviness. Yes, we have freedom. You are releasing any self-imposed restrictions or perceived limitations through the loving energy of openness. And that's a word that I think describes this energy perfectly, that I had not found for myself, is openness. Like, there's no games here, and there is this beauty of, like, whatever occurs during this time, it's because you both had the freedom to choose. If there is another person, if you're in the group that's maybe more just encountering different romantic interests, I think you might be finding joy in the first time of just having options and variety, and realizing you don't have to go too deeply unless you want to. You might be the type of person to be loyal before that loyalty is earned, which slay, because I've also been that person myself. I think many people have, but I think there's just this realization of where you can give yourself more permission to do what's best for you, and realize that you're not doing something wrong, or you're not being unfair. You're just taking back, you're just rebalancing your idea of fairness because it was unfair to you at some point. And we have simple acts of kindness. Oh wait, and there's a baby fawn. See, okay. Like, this is how I see you guys. Like, you, like, I wish I could just, like, clone myself a million times and have, like, I don't know, I guess not one singular consciousness, but I guess I would have to separate the consciousnesses, but, like, I want to remember every single experience that I would, like, have. I don't know. You guys are so special. But kindness energizes you and brings happiness to those around you. And so know, too, like, definitely the right types of people that you'll be involved with here are gentle and kind. I don't see any aggression or, like, forcefulness here. There's just a gentle flowing, and I feel like pay attention to when simple acts of kindness are done towards you, because you might not realize how much emphasis is truly behind them until someone clarifies later. You might just think, like, oh, that was really nice of them, but then you might not realize, like, it could have been a bigger reach for, like, it could have been an expression of something more deep that wasn't communicated well to you. Take that message how it resonates, but ultimately, like, nobody has space or room in your life that isn't just adding more sweetness to it. So group 3, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, like I said. At least for the first 30 seconds. After that you can skip, or just get YouTube Premium, or you can leave me a tip, or really just anything to keep this train going and give some support back. I'm really grateful. I'm in a transition place right now, and I'm really excited. I don't know what's on the other side of it, but I too am looking forward to more freedom. But yeah, I love you guys so much. I really hope this reading helped, and I would love to hear how this time goes for you. I really hope that it goes well, but I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. I love you guys so much, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Serpentine Heart and this Oracle card, this is going to be your reading on what is next in love. This is a timeless reading, and I am reading for all interpretations and all relationship types I see. So let's see what's next in love for you. Oh, your guys' favorite. I'm sorry. We have divine timing. One of the phrases I know you love to hear from me. Number 1, we have wait. Don't rush into it. Allow nature to take its course. We have the 5 of Cups. We have the World. In this deck, it is called the Fans. We have Control. We have Community, Friendship, Fun, a light heart, enjoy downtime with friends and family. We have Release. And we have True Love. How much do you want to bet that there's definitely a group of people who clicked out of this reading which is definitely meant for them, before I even got to this true love card, which is really just so telling. And I bet some of you wanted to do it, and now you're sitting there sheepishly like, oh no. I'm not judging you. Like, I get it. Like, anyone who is frustrated with divine timing hates to see divine timing coming. But I'll tell you what, man, the universe has your guys' backs, and I promise you, this is the best. Like, every single one of you here, true love is not only something that you are capable of having, it's something that you will have. And I think that what's next in love for you is a powerful and important lesson in understanding why, number one, why true love cannot be rushed, and number two, how sometimes we have to accept the discomfort of the present in order to appreciate a future we truly enjoy. Because what I see in terms of what's next in love for you, how do I summarize it? Okay, well, first of all, I'm being pulled in like 3 different directions. If you are in a serious relationship, I don't know if this is going to be the group for you. I would try another one, truthfully, because it's just, what I'm getting otherwise is so strong, and all the readings have been different so far, so I would try another group. But I would also say, if the other groups don't resonate, and this one feels like your group, take the interpretations that resonate for you and make it make sense, because it feels like the group of you that would be in a relationship in group 4 is a lot smaller, and I'm not getting a strong read on how this combination of cards and energy manifests for you. Because I feel like for the vast majority of you that pick this group, you are single and or seeing someone or involved with someone that could be promising. But for many of you, may not be. Okay, some of you have a big family event coming up, and I feel like you're trying to bring someone to this event that you are really interested in, that you do think could potentially be like someone really special. But I feel like there is a part of you that is doing it also because you want to confirm to yourself that this person is serious. Some of y'all have like aunties or really intense people in your community, close community circle, that I feel like are heavily impacting your ability to make solid decisions for yourself, because it's almost like you're trying to make decisions that protect you from the ire, wrath, judgment of certain people in your circle that seem to hold a lot of power and influence over you. I definitely scared the shit out of a few people just now, because that was just screaming in my head, and I'm like trying to parse all these different things. But for others of you, the semantics of what I described are probably not what you're thinking of, but there is a greater theme here around what's next in love for you is a powerful understanding in what's next in love for you is a refinement of your consciousness, where external influences that, number one, don't always have your best interests at heart, and number two, that have very controlling or self-centered ideas around how you should live your life, are impacting your love life, and also just your ability to be loving towards yourself in ways that would affect, number one, the healthiness and stability of a truly happy relationship that is definitely coming, but number two, impact your ability to trust your own discernment. And it might be frustrating to see and hear what you're looking for is like, I know every single one of you here, you sense that there is this really beautiful, deep love that is meant for you. And you're absolutely right, because it wouldn't be in your heart if it wasn't. Like, this card is very important. And for a lot of you specifically, I think marriage is very important to you, or there could be some sort of like cultural rite of passage, or just rite of passage in a community that's very important to you, within your family, within your city, whatever it may be, that maybe you're feeling like you're running out of time, or you feel a lot of pressure from outside circumstances, or you're tired of it's almost like you really have the desire for things to be right now. Well, you have a desire for things to be right in the present. That's what I meant by now. And as a result, you have the potential to make a choice that could blow up in your face a little bit if you proceed to follow through with it. I feel like for some of you, you may be wanting someone that's a person of interest to join you in a way where they would be like coming into your community and your world. And for some of you, for some of you specifically, this person could be this true love. Like, I don't think for all of you, this is a person that's not serious about you or anything like that. For some of you, I do think that this person, like, it may be too soon or too early, or they may just not get, like, you and them, like, there's interest, but it just may not, like, you haven't known each other long enough to, like, really, you might find, like, oh, like, there's really not much of a charge or spark here. There's not a, you might be idealizing them, and then once you start getting to know them, you're like, oh, I don't really think this is what I want. But for some of you, you may really want to share this person with your world, and that could actually backfire on you in a way where something that's not fully formed in your world yet could just be damaged by careless hands and thoughtless minds. But that's not to say that the entire, you're like everything around you is negative. I mean, the fact that we have community here and the fans, like, I think that there are, here's one thing I want to say. What's next in love for you is kind of, the love that you're looking for may be a lot closer than you realize. And the types of experiences that you have with your community, with the people that you love in platonic and familial ways, those experiences may not be as common as you have had them in your life as you step into a relationship. I feel like this is a time for all of you where if you try to force a romantic situation, it is not going to work out. Like, you are going to find yourself being disappointed. And also, it might also be really discouraging for you, because you might feel like, I'm just not meant for love, or like, and really it's the universe saying, like, no, you are. It's just that the love shop is, you know, a couple stops down, and you keep getting off the bus and going to fuck person island because you're afraid I don't know. That was a really bad metaphor, but it's like thinking you're incapable of baking a cake because you're afraid the cake is going to disappear, or you're never going to find the cake once you put it in the oven, and then you take it out and you've just got like soupy cake, which honestly, see, that's why you settle for soupy cake, because soupy cake is cake. I mean, I'm actually more of a brownie person, but like batter, I hardly know her. That was a bad joke too. You know, the batter tastes good as well, but it's not the final product. You know, you can't really decorate it. You can't, it hasn't reached its final form. And I definitely think that there have been situations that have seemed very promising to you that actually are less compatible with the version of you that will have this true love. Like, I feel like part of why, like, I feel like you're not done processing yet. Like, when you meet your true love, if you don't know them already, if you do know them and you know that feeling in your heart, you may be feeling this push-pull between, like, I feel so much pressure and urge to make things more serious and establish things further, like, here and now, in a way that is creating distance between the two of you and making it harder to connect, because it just may not be at that time and place right now. But for a lot of you, I feel like you may just be wanting someone to fill that spot, because, like, the fear of not finding the true love that you're looking for, the fear of, you know, like, just I don't, like, whatever the fear is, whatever's got you holding on tightly, I feel like you feel even more pressure. That's not even pressure you're putting on yourself, but it's the pressure that others are putting on you. And I think that that is maybe not a good thing to carry with you into potential relationships and potential partnerships, because it makes it even more challenging for you to know that you've got your own back. And, you know, when it comes to opening yourself up to someone, we really don't know who someone is until, like, people can be in whole relationships with people that are putting on a facade. And, like, for example, you know, if someone wants to get married really quickly, or like, that can be kind of a red flag. It isn't always. Like, you know, I can think of people that are married to this day that got married really quickly, and that are happy. But also at the same time, I can think of plenty of people who got married really quickly and it did not work out, or someone was not who they said they were. You know, and I'm not saying that you guys will run into a situation like that, but what I am saying is that you guys could run the risk of, well, you're not running the risk. You're already living this way to a degree, where a lot of your life and validation and self-worth is coming from people who feel entitled to tell you how you should be living your life. And let me be clear, like, I don't feel like these people are all, like, intentionally nefarious, but I do think that a lot of them feel very bitter about the hand they were dealt in life. And the thing is that I think that they were brought it, like, it's almost like passing down generational, like, burdens. Like, you know, this is what I did, so you should have to do that. Why are you not doing that? And you know, and I think that is one of the things too that's kind of sucky, is, like, for those that were younger at a different period of time, you know, the expectations and the community pressure was a lot stronger than I think, and it is still strong, like, definitely depending on, like, who you are, what your family is, where you're from. But, you know, not everywhere is the United States, where but even then it still happens in the United States. Of course, it happens everywhere. You know, families can want what's best for us and not know what that is, and push for what they think it is anyway. But I definitely do think there is a bit of, like, competitive pettiness ego here, where adults from a generation previously that are a bit older than you might be taking out the fact that they feel like that you have more freedom than they did as unfair, or might just feel like, well, you need to do, and honestly, some of them might just genuinely think, like, this is what you need, this is what's best for you. But I think your idea of the type of love that would make you happy and their idea of what they want for you are two different things. And I think that one thing I want to make clear to you is that there is true love in your life. And if you get involved and committed to someone that is not that doesn't mean that your true love is canceled. You're still going to meet them. Oh, I see a caterpillar outside my window, and he's hanging on like a little, I don't know if it's a silkworm or a caterpillar. I wish I could film it, but I'm using my camera, and it's really cute though. It's really, really cute. It's like a little dance. Anyway, you're not a butterfly yet. Like, and you're not a caterpillar either. I feel like you are actually, what's next in love for you is undergoing this very powerful, you're finishing out a cycle where you are going to be liberating yourself from a lot of the pressure. Well, I guess actually that's not true. I don't think you're actually going to be liberating yourself from a lot of the pressure you feel. I think you're just not going to act on that pressure. Because I think that that pressure runs more deeply than like you may be able to consciously control that feeling and how it affects your nervous system, which is very fair, especially if it's family, because you're like, you attune to your family members and like you're more sensitive to like each other biologically. So know that like it's okay that you may not be able to be in control of how you feel during this time. But for a lot of you, it may be a circumstance that, you know, the people around you just want, like, let's say, for example, this isn't a family thing and it's like, it's a friendship thing. I would be willing to bet that, you know, your friends want for you, like, let's say all of your friends have found their person and they're married or something like that. Like they've all achieved what you want. You might feel like I need to show up and show, I feel like I'm falling behind. I want to, you know, stay on track with everyone else. And I think part of what your life is about is realizing that you have your own timeline and your own track, and it's perfect for you. And in fact, those that think they know what's best for you don't know shit. And it's a lot better that you recognize now that just because they think they know what's best for you and they feel confident in that doesn't mean that's true. And just because you may not know what's best for you doesn't mean that you should give someone else that much authority and agency over your life, whether you consciously realize it or not. And once again, I want to say that I think a lot of this pressure that's put on you, I think some of it could be more malicious depending on who you are. And I think it would even then be just like a select few people, but maybe they're just incredibly impactful. But for a lot of you, I feel like it is just a lot of well-meaning concern or a lot of well-meaning attention. On what to you is a deep desire. And I feel like there is a calling here where you're going to see during this time frame why it's such a good thing that you didn't listen to, why you didn't give in to pressure, and why you didn't take some sort of action from a place of like grasping or fear. You shouldn't be firmly grasping the reins of fear. You should be firmly grasping the reins of authority and personal empowerment. So I think you're switching horses, which is a good thing. So this is a powerful time of you releasing things that are very important in order for you to have and become the person that's going to step into this true love relationship. Now, if they are already in your life and in your world, there's definitely a refinement process happening right now where the divine is really saying, don't try to rush this timeline. Don't try to force things to happen prematurely, because the way that things are evolving and unfolding are perfect for the both of you to make things as gentle and stable as possible and like unfold in the ways that are perfect for the both of you. If you try to push things forward too prematurely, you're not going to find a whole lot of success. I'm thinking of an example of like, someone putting their baby in a track race and then being like, why did my baby lose? Like, I don't know, that's also really silly, but that's what was in my head. And it's and really the way that I'm taking it symbolically is like, when you don't have, like, you know, a baby doesn't have doesn't have like the development and the strength and the speed or even the ability to be just on 2 feet yet, you know? But that doesn't mean they won't be ready for it. That doesn't mean they'll never be able to run. In fact, in quite a short amount of time, I'm sure they'll be running everywhere. But that's really kind of what I'm seeing here is like, what's next in love is kind of disappointing, because I know you are so ready to find this person, and there's so much fear and pressure around, like, or, you know, if they are in your life, so there's so much fear and pressure around, I just want to know that this is right. I just want to be in a more stable place. I just want to get there. And life is really saying, you will get there. But stop trying to wish away the part of the journey you're at right now, because you will not be able to come back to this time. And there are parts of this time that are very beautiful, you know, like some of the family and friends that I mentioned, like, it's not all bad and negative. Like, the negativity was standing out, but that's because negativity is denser and it can be more. And also too, like, I completely understand that, you know, a lot of families can put a lot of pressure on y'all to just do things a certain way. And I think it's really, like, this time is really important, especially if you do have quite an opinionated and, like, opinionated family. Like, I think this time will be really good for you, because you're going to be purging a lot of the influence they have over your life. Because I think whoever your true love is, your family may not quite understand it at first. Because I would say that there will probably be, that's not to say that there won't be acceptance. I definitely think there will be, because I think that, like, especially when it comes to true love like that, it's the truth. And I think that it's hard not to root for that. But I do think that, like, this is a time of you waking up to the reality that only you can know what's best for you. And also that you're going to look back and wish that you're going to be nostalgic for the times you're in now, in some ways, not in all ways. Like, because I do think, especially with community and the world card here, like, I think that this time for you is really about embracing where love already is in your life, and also seeing how those bonds impact how you live your life, how you judge yourself, how you, what, like, you know, how much influence it has over, you know, your own personal authority. When you're at this truly loving place, like, your life is going to change, and you're not going to see these friends as much or have as much time to spend with family and with other people that you love. And not only that, but and it's hard to feel that way, because I know, like, you're so excited for this, and you should be. Like, it is a beautiful thing to have true love with another person, and it's not a shameful thing to wish or desire for. I think it's just important to remember that everybody in life has their own timeline, and the people that are here now, you may really not get to see them as much, or they may not be here by the time you're looking back nostalgically on these times, by the time you're well established into this new life. And I'm not saying that something is going to happen. I don't know that. But what I am saying is that life is precious. And a lot of times we can really wish away beautiful times in our life because we don't have what what we yearn for. And I think that life is saying it's okay to do that. I mean, like, it doesn't make you a bad person or anything, but maybe it is corrupting your ability to appreciate what is in your present that you do love, that does make you feel loved. And like, yes, it is disappointing that things aren't aligning with the timeline you want, but I think you're going to be relieved in the future that they didn't align with the timeline that you want. And I think that you have the opportunity, and Spirit's kind of coming through to say the times that are coming up for you are going to be times that you look back on and say, like, you know, I'm really glad I was there. I'm really glad I got to see everyone. I'm really glad that, you know, we all got to connect. And I think also too, you're going to be really glad not to see some bumbling fool in all your pictures that you barely knew because you just wanted, like think about it. If you come and take someone that you barely know, or that you just feel like you need to take in order to get people off your back, now you got to take care of that person the whole time. Now you have to worry about them. Now you're taken away from everyone else that's there, and you've got to worry about their needs. So that part of what life is trying to show you is that this time is about you. And yeah, word up to that, loud motorcycle. And now's your time. You're born to be wild. That's like, I think, yeah, like, this is, you're in your you're have fun in your Motley Crue era. Actually, I don't think anyone should be in a Motley Crue era. I'm pretty sure their behavior was quite cursed in some ways, but this is powerful. And sometimes in order to have true love and be able to hold it, we have to be able to hold ourselves, and we have to be able to know what love isn't. And I think it's important for you to pay attention to where people's input about your love life is like, while it might be rooted in genuine concern and genuine, like, I want you to be happy, pay attention to if it veers into control, or if it veers into maybe this person has another reason to want you to be at a place, and it has more to do with selfish reasons than it does them wanting you to be happy. You know what I'm saying? And I think that there's kind of this message here that during this time period, if you try to force love, it's gonna be like milking a rock, and you're probably gonna stay parched. But you're not meant to stay parched forever. You're meant to purge during this time, to purge a lot of, and I think this is important too, when you are around your family, community, and loved ones, those that are already in the position that you desire to be in, pay attention to them. Pay attention to the choices that they made, the ways that they talk about their life now. Are they happy? Are they living in a way that models the way you want to be living? You know, I think a good word of advice for you guys is, don't take any advice from anyone you wouldn't switch lives with. And even then, I'll even add on to that. I don't know where that advice came from, but that doesn't come from me. But coming from me, I would even add on to that. And what do you think is there that you don't see? Remember that appearances are only one part of the bit. And this is all to say, like, the universe has your back. The universe has your back, and it's okay. Like, even if you try to, like, even if you completely ignore me and are like, I'm gonna take this Tinder date to this event with me, and they gotta pretend like, you know, you could do it. You're just gonna look back and be like, why did I do that? I was so silly for that. Like, you're gonna look back on this time and be like, I was so silly. But the one thing I don't want you guys to do is to look back and feel regret that you may have missed out on opportunities to connect with people that you might not see for a long time, or see in this lifetime again. And that may not be because something bad happens, but just because life happens. And, you know, I have this feeling for some of you, especially with the World card here, who your true love is. They may be on a different continent, or they may be in a different place in the world, or life may take you somewhere and that's where you meet this person. Or, and I'm not saying that's the case for all of you, but this is a very unique reading, and I'm getting very strong energies here. And I feel like the universe is saying this is not a punishment, this is protection. We are keeping you from ending up in a situation where you are bitter and miserable, and you start to understand why some of the older adults in your family treated you the way that they did. It's not something you want to understand and empathize with very deeply. And add on to that the extra hell of, you can't miss your true, like, you're gonna find them. So if you end up in a commitment, that's a whole other can of worms. And no matter what, it's hard and painful. So, but I'll tell you this, love always finds a way. And I guess just what I would really say is, like, this time is all about you realizing that you're not running out of time, and that external pressure oftentimes isn't about you. And it's natural and normal to feel like you're behind, or feel like something's taking forever, or feel like you're ready for something. But sometimes we don't know that we're ready for something until it's there, and until we're doing it. And I think that when this love enters your life, or when it solidifies and deepens, you're going to have a clarity of perspective where you understand, oh yeah, XYZ needed to happen. I needed to be in this place, and they needed to be in this place for us to really get this together and make it possible. So you will see that the universe had your back all along, but it might feel like you are being left in the dirt and the dust by the universe, because you might feel like your answers are being your answers are being prayed. Your prayers are being answered, but it may very well feel like your prayers are being ignored. But what you need to understand about this period of your life, like what's next in love for you, is an answering of your prayers. But I don't think you will see that until hindsight, unless you actually heed what I'm telling you now, instead of being like, yeah, Eso, that's great, but I don't want to listen. That sign can't stop me because I don't know how to read. And it's like, and more power to you. I love that. Like, it's life. We live and we learn. And, you know, there is no wrong decision. There is no right decision, but there are decisions that are better for us and more aligned with us than others. And your life is yours to live. And I think that it's very hard to always do what's best for ourselves when we feel a lot of pressure from those that we love, and we want to be seen by them in the light that feels right for us, or in the light that feels good. So, but for some of you, I think there's an important message that you need to hear, that some of the people you're trying to please will never be happy. So if you stop trying now, it will liberate yourself a lot sooner. And I think it actually might bring the two of you closer, because you just may take their behavior less personally and realize, like, I think you might see, like, if you had a family member that you had a really close bond to, and then as you got older, they started treating you in ways that pushed you away and really hurt you, you might start to see clearly, like, why that is, and just take it less personally. It doesn't mean you have to take their behavior or anything like that. And maybe you don't get close. Well, I don't know how close you can be when someone treats you that way, but, like, I think that for some of you, you may be able to salvage some of the purity of the connection that was originally there when you were younger, but in a different way, where it kind of flips it on its head, where they're more so the child and you're more so the adult, and you're kind of like, you're loving them, you're being patient and kind, and choosing to connect with them as they are, and not take things personally, and then treat them the way that they treated you, which is a very beautiful thing. But you don't have to do that. Very, very interesting reading. I'm very curious to know who picks group 4. But yeah, the energy of this group was loud. So if you have a loud family or loud friends, yeah, I see it. I guess I should say I hear it, but okay. By the way, thank you for leaving me a like if you're enjoying this. For my group number 4s, why is this what's next in love for them? Yeah, because it's time to walk away from emotional baggage that's keeping you from being sovereign and making the best decisions for yourself in love. And you know, maybe it's possible too that maybe you're afraid of like running into an ex, or, you know, a rival, or someone that's had a lot of power over how you've shaped your sense of self-worth. And I feel like this, whatever is happening during this time, is meant to show you that you don't need to have what you feel you're lacking to realize that you don't need to remain attached to this situation or prove anything to anyone. I love how sparkly this is. I'm just kind of like mesmerized by it. I'm sorry, but actually, no, I'm not. It's really pretty. But the 8 of Cups is all about walking away from emotions and just any situation that's no longer serving you. Like, I think that there's a lot of wounds that you might have around self-worth and around people, around like pleasing those that you love, that I think you've already been working through. But I think where it's maybe kept you the most vulnerable is in love and relationships. And this process that you're undergoing right now is going to protect you, is protecting you from falling into a situation that is not the love that, number one, you're capable of having and capable of receiving, and not the love that you're looking for. And also, I think too, part of why this is happening is to show you where you still source love in unhealthy ways, and where you look at approval and validation as love when it's not the same thing. I mean, it can be, but depending on the person and the intention. But I think for you, there's more life to live for yourself than I think that you're aware of. And the current version of you, I think, does not have the perspective yet to be grateful for that. Because this version of you hasn't gotten to the point in your journey where that love is here and clear and a part of your everyday life in a way that is normal. But when the love is here and clear and part of your everyday life in a way that is normal, you are going to look back at the things that you're like, man, I didn't appreciate, you know, XYZ, or I wish, I know I wasn't as happy during those times, but man, there was good times that I really miss. Like, I feel like I want you to look back nostalgically. I want you to look back on those times and be happy you had them, and be happy that you embraced them to the fullest, and put yourself first. You will never regret that. And I also think that if you try to enter a relationship or force a situation, the same lessons that that you're meant to learn now, like, that's all that's going to happen. It's just going to be with another person instead of just through realizations with yourself. So, but know that this is just a necessary step to get to where you want to be. And it's not all bad. Like, a lot of it is actually very good, and I think very powerful and important. It's like necessary fertilizer for the love seeds you're planting. Okay. And so now we have what do you need to know? And so I want to know what you need to know about your true love. I think that's a good question to give you guys. So what does group 4 need to know about their true love? Motherfucker, let's go. I like literally like this is my, you know how I feel like I feel like a World Cup football fan right now, like watching my team score in the final. Like this is the dream come true type shit. This is everything you wish for and everything you wanted. And if you don't, like, your person is out there and you will know it when you feel it. And I honestly too, I think you guys chose to be each other's person. I think you chose to came here. I think y'all chose to came here. I think you chose to come here. And be together, be partners together. And you agreed, like, and life set up the specific circumstances to ensure that you guys would be ready for each other. And if you have Saturn in your 7th house, that could be helpful for you, because like, don't get married before your first Saturn return. I mean, well, I don't know that. I don't know that for if Saturn's in your 7th house. That's always been like a thing. But if you do, like, you could get married early with Saturn in your 7th house and it's still not fall apart. But I mean, anything's possible in life. But I was saying, like, if you have like Saturn in the 7th house, that is an example of a placement where the type of partnership that lasts is a little bit later in life. But the only reason it's a little bit later is because, number one, for most of life's been a lot shorter, and people have gotten married a lot earlier, you know, just done the whole thing a lot earlier. But, you know, there's a difference between getting married and being in love. Those that are really lucky get to do both. But that not everyone is, and for a lot of our ancestors, they were not that lucky. They had to do what they could, or, you know, or they were, you know, political pawns that just had to do what their family told them to do. And you don't have to do that. You have the luxury that, you know, the state can't hurt you, or you have more sovereignty than your ancestors did to make the best decisions for yourself, and to make decisions that truly make you happy. Like, I think the reason why, well, one of the many reasons why the world is the way it is because we've inherited a world where our ancestors and largely due to the way that the world was structured, were not able to have their desires met because they could be killed, or they could be excommunicated, or they could be exiled, you know, or they could be like, or, you know, they just couldn't have that option. Like, they just couldn't even dream of it, you know. Your dreams have the ability to come true in reality. That's true love. And what you need to know is that anyone that you're like, yeah, I mean, I feel excited about this person, like, I really like them, like, they're my friend, but I don't know if they're the one. Like, trust me, you will know when you meet this person, and maybe not immediately, but in time. Like, you should, like, if you will not be ambivalent about this person. You will be, like, all in. Like, it will feel like the universe ready-made the perfect person, even more perfect than you could have pictured and could have come up with. I promise you. Like, it's in there. So do not settle for, out of fear or a belief that, you know, you're running out of time. You're not. You're in the right time for what you need in order to get to where your dreams are. And in a lot of ways, you're already living the dream. Like all of us, we are all living the dream in certain ways that, you know, the people that came before us could have never imagined, you know. Not to say that we don't have our struggles, but we didn't start the fire. And in a lot of ways, the people that came before us, not all of them, but many, have worked really hard to put out some of the fire that they can and try to make it a little bit better, and have walked so we can run. And you are meant to run in the direction of your fulfillment and joy. Yeah. Okay. So now I would just want to get some encouragement and guidance from the universe to you about your love life. Yes. Okay. I love that this Hermit card is here, because I've never understood the idea that being single is embarrassing. I've always been that. This actually, when I first discovered tarot, I felt so seen by this card because my nickname in my family was the Hermit. Being alone is the best thing. Being single and choosing yourself is the best thing you can do for yourself. However, the quality of that time with yourself is could greatly vary depending on how much you truly connect with yourself during that time. You know, if you spend time alone, but you're not like connecting to yourself, like if you're just doing things in the outside world and keeping your mind occupied, you may miss out on some wisdom. I think that the one encouragement and recommendation is to sit in quiet silence and just kind of imagine. I know that's confronting for some of you. I know some of you don't like silence, but it might be good for you. You might realize there's a lot you haven't been able to hear because just other things have been too loud. But one thing that I think is important here is you may have these big, profound realizations that come out of nowhere when you're just in this state. Like something big, like, you know, XYZ treats me this way because their parent treated them that way. And it's like, it's almost like a bunch of dots that you've heard over the years connect in a way that makes you realize, oh my gosh, like that's why this is. There's a wisdom and a maturity about you that I feel like isn't always validated because maybe you are like on the younger side of your family and friends, or you're just younger in general in a way where no matter what you know to be true or what wisdom you have, like people aren't really going to listen to it because like a lot of people just don't respect young people, which is sad, but it's kind of true. And I think for you guys, there's a real message here of you will not, like, this is quality alone time that I don't know you will have in the same way once you meet this person. There might be aspects of it you end up missing. And I think, and also, I want to mention we have an 8, and a 9, and we have the World, which is 21. So this is the completion of a cycle. And the only card higher than 9 is 10. So, and 10 represents completion. So trust when I say I think your true love is closer than you realize. And you are undergoing a much bigger cycle than you think. And actually, one thing that I think that Spirit is encouraging you on is to be observant, especially when you have time to like see those that like see your close circle in action, like at a family gathering or a barbecue or something. Like just watch them interact with each other. Like let people, I mean, I don't know what your natural dynamic is, but you might find that if you are on your own, like some members of your family might just come up and say things to you that, like, even members of your family that you don't talk to that much, or that like you didn't even realize that they knew you existed. They might just say something that just sounds so weird in the moment, but then you go back later and you think about it, and it unlocks some like Pandora's box of awareness where that could quite literally be a filling in the blanks that happens. But be observant, because I think you're going to see that what people say and what the truth is are sometimes two different things. And that's not to say that they're lying to you. But it's quite more likely that they're lying to themselves, and they just can't. And in order to live with that, they have to. Your pickiness is not something that is a bad thing. It's a great thing. You should be picky. But I think also, too, one thing that the universe wants you to know is that this is going to be a time where some of the things you thought you wanted, you're going to realize you actually don't want. And some things you didn't know you wanted, you realize you actually do want. And things that you have always wanted, you realize you want in a different way. Or you're like, actually, I could take or leave that. Maybe this is more ideal. It's like the vision of who you have and what you want out of love, I think is solidifying and refining itself. And maybe some ideas around love that aren't very loving that you've had, you're going to be seeing it as, maybe that's not a trait that I want anymore. Or maybe that's not what I thought I wanted. And this is going to be really good for you, because it's going to be what you need to see your true love clearly. And it's also going to be what you need to see what is not worth holding on to or clinging to or trying to force, because it's the only thing it's worth is leaving to begin with, because it's not meant for you. So we're going to go ahead and finish off with some final guidance here. So to start, we have: appreciating my soul progress creates confidence and excitement to embrace new challenges and expand my spiritual horizons. So, and I love that it's green and orange, because I feel like you're healing sacral and heart issues in really powerful ways that are going to make you more confident and more excited. Because, like, also, too, I feel like even in love and dating, like, maybe the ways that you felt pressured around it have made it hard to connect authentically with people you truly vibe with, because maybe you've been preemptively, saying no to things or holding back just out of, like, someone else's preferences instead of your own. So this is definitely a period of soul progress that is necessary. It's a necessary checkpoint to reach, to be at the place with your soul mate that you want to be with. Because I definitely think true love like this, it always vibes on a soulmatey level, right? We also have creativity. You love to devise new ideas, innovations, and forms of illumination. So I think that this is important too, because I think that during this time period, I think what's next in love for you as well is the opportunity to expand your horizons more creatively, whether that's finding a hobby or just the ways in which your consciousness and mind are expanding. You're starting to see how there are so many different paths for your life that you couldn't have pictured, and how there's so many different ways that your life could unfold that are better or that are exciting that you didn't realize were possible for you, and maybe they weren't if you listened to certain rules or barriers that you thought you had to apply to your life. But once they're no longer there, I think you realize, like, oh, I have so much more freedom, and like I can do things differently. And I think you're also going to see how creative the universe is when it comes to protecting you and also giving you the circumstances necessary to make you perfectly aligned with what you truly want. And what you truly want, the universe truly wants. And honestly, I truly want it for you too. I don't want you to be in a situation where, you're living for others instead of yourself and what your soul came here to do. Part of your soul journey is to have a great love. And I think in a lot of ways, as corny as it is, that great love is you, but it's also someone, it's with another, like that great love is with a person who I think a lot of that great love is you energy will come after you're in this relationship with this person, because like the way that they love you is just going to show you what love isn't and what love wasn't in the past. I don't know, parts of you that, like, I think that we can have healing in relationships, and I think the parts, like, there are going to be parts of you that are very healed further on in the future. I don't know, I feel like I'm getting off track, but just trust me when I say there's a net underneath the tightrope. You are safe. There's a harness. The spirit's got your back. Like, you guys are not some of the people here that are meant to, like, you're not meant to just have love elude you your whole life, but love will elude you when it's not love. What's eluding you is something wearing love clothes that's gonna be a lot more disappointing. Love makes the difference. Love helps heal past hurts and provides a sense of security and self-worth. So yeah, I definitely think that, like, during this time, really challenge yourself to look at how love is already in your life, and how you can show and express love in ways that maybe you wish your family members would have had but couldn't. You know, if you have complex feelings about, like, certain family members who, you know, you love them but their ego gets in the way, you know, you might find that the dynamic is a lot lighter when you look at it through a lens of love. But I think one of the biggest pieces of advice I'd like to leave you with is to assume that the events in your life are because love is directing them, not because you haven't. Like, life is unfolding the way it is because love is the force that is guiding it. Your life is not the way that it is because you are not worthy of love yet. And if you have a belief in the latter, I would encourage you even more to believe and assume that everything happening in your life is because love is driving it. And one thing I want to say as well is, when it comes to a lot of the people in your world, like, there is so much love there. And I think that, you know, there might be a lot of pain and a lot of history too, but that doesn't take away from the love that's there. And I think that you are part of a powerful group of souls that are, and I think that you're one of the leaders in the soul group. If you've always felt like you were more mature than people in your family, or like you just didn't get, like, why they didn't see things a certain way, or they may have not taken you seriously, and it might have just, like, really shook your confidence, like, especially as a young child. And I bet that is because you have, like, that soul recognition of, I'm a leader in this soul group, I guide people, and then those that you've been guiding are, like, laughing in your face, and you're a tiny person who has just discovered emotions and how emotions feel sensory, like, you know. Yeah. Ultimately though, everything is going well, and this is not the message you may want to hear right now, but I do think this is the message you'll be so glad you were given when you're on the other side of this time and you can see a little bit more clearly and love a little bit more clearly and laugh, I guess. Group 4. That is where I'm gonna leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else, or leaving me a tip, or supporting me in all the ways you can. I love you guys so much. I really hope this reading resonated. I know it was very specific, and yeah, it was an hour, so I hope you guys got what you needed out of it. I love you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 5. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. I don't get to say that very often. If you guys chose the blue calcite and this last oracle card, and by proxy the rest of these cards, this is going to be your reading on what is next in love. Also, it is storming, so you get to enjoy some ASMR ambiance courtesy of Mother Nature. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what is next in love for you, no matter your relationship status, and no matter, this is a timeless reading, so it's meant for you when you find it. Okay, to start, we have contract. We have the Ace of Swords, We have beliefs. Similar or clashing belief systems can bring you together or keep you apart. That your errors like that are so brutal, because it's like you never catch them until after publishing, because it's so, your brain would skip over that in 2 seconds. The Knight of Wands, the mover. We have commitment. We have forgive. We have amazing schmecks, saxophone, the, you know, amazing Devil's Tango. I was about to say Devil's Lettuce, and I was like, nope, that's a different thing. You know, the real Devil's Lettuce is arugula. And no, I will not be elaborating on that. Okay, and finally, don't make decisions based on guilt or what you think you should do, for it is only in being true to yourself that you can be true to others. Okay, so if you are completely single, have no one in your life, this may not be the group for you, because it seems like there's already someone in the picture. You don't have to be in a relationship with them. In fact, I feel like for many of you, that could be what is next in love, or increasing the seriousness of the commitment. I feel like if you are completely single though, and you feel really called to watch this and watch it through, then maybe assume that there's someone coming in very soon that you're going to experience these circumstances with. But feel free to try any of the other groups, because this does feel like a more specific energy. I will also say group 4 might be for you if you're completely single, because that one was much more single energy. But I also saw, like, I gave interpretations for the first 3 on, like, all of them. Just these last 2 have been more specific. So you have a very interesting person that you are involved with, don't you? What's next in love, which I honestly really love to see, is positive clarity and forward momentum, especially around when it comes to well, things will be coming, that's for sure. They're not already. What's next in love for you is liberation, excitement, and passionate forward momentum towards a shared future with someone who is not perfect. Neither are you. But there's something rebellious about this connection, relationship, whatever it is. You could be moving in with this person, and maybe like for some of you, the fact that we have beliefs, there might be some conflict, and that might be conflict with family or internal conflict around, like, and it might not be yours, it could be the other person's, around the decisions you guys are making. Like, there might be opinions that you guys are being, that you're rushing things or being immature. But with contract and commitment here, there's a level, this isn't just a getting swept up in the moment sort of thing. This is I know what I like, I know what I want, and that is you. And a lot of things that were important to both of you, or to one of you, and honestly to both of you, like whatever your priorities have been, y'all are throwing that to the wind and realizing that you can do things your way. With beliefs here, I do think the thing that could make things stormy between you and this person are conflicting belief systems. But here's the thing, I think there's some value in the two of you being together in a committed way, because I think it is helping the both of you refine your belief systems and kind of see where maybe your belief systems are causing you to act from places of guilt or shame rather than being true to yourself. Because the name of the game, what's next in love, is being true to yourself and to your lover and what you guys want together. I see a deepening of what is, by all means, a very passionate, physical, fun relationship. But, you know, if it were just like the Knight of Wands and amazing sex and like the commitment and contract weren't there, I could maybe see a different story. I mean, it would depend on what the other cards were, but I do think that you recognize the level of seriousness between the two of you. Your person might be kind of a Knight of Wands where they're like, you know, really passionate. They might love traveling, or, you know, they just may be a very energetic, passionate, physical person. There's a lot of action and momentum here. So I definitely think clarifying conversations, a deepening of intentions, and also a resolution of any arguments you guys have had, which I think these arguments would come from a place of trying to do things the quote right way instead of doing things your way, or wanting to do things quote the right way, but maybe in people in your world or people in their world thinking like you're doing it, that you're doing it with the wrong person or something like that. I will say that this person, like the person that you're involved with, could come across as more like, they could seem like a player, and maybe they have had player energy, or, you know, just not the most like committed energy in the past, but they want commitment with you. I feel like if it's not already there, they're trying to make it happen. I think the biggest thing here is what's next in love for you guys is realizing that some of the friction and tension between the two of you is not are not real compatibility issues, but rather are belief systems / like shame, guilt, external opinions, judgment that the two of you have been carrying that isn't very helpful for, number one, just living a happy life, and number two, like the beliefs that are holding you back from one another, or the beliefs that have been causing friction and tension. I feel like what's next in love is really seeing in action how meaningless those beliefs become when you're living a life of your choosing based on what's true for you and based on what's real. And like, what is real is that you and this person cannot get enough of each other. I would say get a room, but I think you guys already are. I think you're getting like a couple, you know. I think you're either looking for a place together, or that might be what's next, like discussing moving in together. And maybe for some of you, you know, you've just been like afraid of that because of what other people will think. I feel like what's next in love is that you and this person are choosing each other and choosing joy, choosing life, and choosing to commit to each other if you're not committed already, or deepening that commitment in a way that just shows each other that you guys are invested in one another, and that this isn't something that the things that are creating friction are not in things that are truly incompatible. They're honestly things that are meant to be brought to the surface because the belief systems themselves may not be compatible with the lives that you not only want to lead together, but have been like, I think that this relationship is in alignment with the life that you're building. Same with this person. Like, if your life has moved faster since they've been in your life, if life is more exciting, if you feel loved, if you feel wanted, obviously you're having a great time in the bedroom. Well, I guess if you haven't gotten freaky with this person yet, have fun. I mean, I don't need to tell you that, you will, but I think if you're like in an argument with this person right now or worried about like, you know, are their beliefs, are like the beliefs, are the way that we were raised, like, is that going to be stronger than our bond together? And it's not. I think that if you guys are going through a challenging time right now, I think that this is a process you're undergoing to see what is important and what is true. And what is important and what is true is each other and the feelings you have for one another and the bond that's there. And I think that you guys are going to be, I think what's next for you guys is coming up with the arrangement that works for the two of you, not necessarily doing what you think you should do. And so I think that one of the silver linings of this is that while you may feel guilt and shame at choosing yourself is gonna feel really, really, really good. And it's gonna make those other feelings a lot quieter. And I think as you continue to step into this, you're gonna realize like, oh, I didn't need to judge myself. Like, you know what's right for you and what's good for you. And like, you and this person want to be together if you're not together already. And that's where you're headed. If you're like, this person doesn't want to be with me, this person doesn't, then this is not your group, my sweet angel. Like, please try another. But also, why are you watching readings about someone who said that they don't want to be with you? Because if that's the case, you shouldn't want to be with someone who doesn't want to be with you. You know what I mean? Like, that's not kind or fair to yourself. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I like, for once, this is a remarkably straightforward answer for what's next in love. Like, you're going to be having great sex with someone that you are really into. Life is going to be very exciting. You guys might be traveling. You might be moving somewhere new. You might be starting a project together. If your commitment does not exist yet, I think that the opportunity to solidify it will. I think there is. And honestly, for some of you, this could be a situation where you guys are non-monogamous or something like that. But now if you're like, no, I don't want that. That's not your message. I would kiss your forehead after that if I could, but I can't. So it's not your message. If you feel panic and fear at a message that is like, I don't want that at all, that's not. That's never your message, okay? If you feel panic and fear because you've been avoiding a truth that you know you've been avoiding, that's a different story. But the former that I'm describing, you're not going to be stuck with someone in an arrangement that you don't want to be in unless you choose that for yourself and don't choose anything else. And I don't think you're doing that because both of you are really happy here. So essentially, the tension and friction that exists between beliefs that are at odds with how your relationship with this person is working, I think that the relationship with this person is going to show some of the fallacies in those belief systems, not only to you, but to this person. And I think it's really going to set you both free in ways that, you know, just allow you guys to enjoy each other even more. And yeah, this is an exciting time where any arguments or friction that you have, the makeup sex is going to be great. But on top of that, like, you and this person are going to prove some people wrong, I think. Just because you guys like to have fun doesn't mean you don't take life seriously too. Like, those things can go hand in hand. And I think a lot of people have expectations of what commitment and relationships look like. And it's not your fault that they're not creative enough to see what a loving partnership can look like, you know? So I definitely think if there's any like arguments that arise out of like a misalignment in views, I think there's going to be a lot of forgiveness and reconnection, and I think it's going to be beneficial and powerful. And I think that anything that tests the relationship during this time is really just showing you guys that this isn't just here for a good time, not a long time thing. This is I'm here for a good time and a long time, because every time I'm with you is a good time, and why would I not want that for as long as possible? And I think what's coming to the surface is a lot of the stuff that's conditioned in us from a young age about how we should live our lives, and you know, that might still be carried in the minds of the people you both love. And honestly, what I would say too is that if they're really upset at the decisions you guys make, I think they'll forgive you one day, and I think they'll get over it, and I think they'll realize it's wrong, because honestly, they're only cheating themselves. And I think that both of you have a level of solidarity with one another, or that what's next in love is developing a level of solidarity with one another that is strong enough for you guys to realize how the belief systems you were brought up with, and I'm not saying in their entirety, but maybe just aspects of them that aren't helpful, you can just let them go. They're not yours anymore. Like, they're not yours to carry, they're not yours to hold on to. And you know what? They're not something that you have that has to have power over you. You can just be happy shamelessly with this person. And I would also say, yeah, like, I think that if anyone is upset at the decisions you and this person makes, whether they think it's rushed or anything like that, I think number one, they'll forgive you. Or maybe, honestly, for some of you, this is a message. There might be someone that could be, some of you may have a friend that's been your friend who typically does have your best interests at heart, but they've been going through a really hard time. And I think they've either always had a crush on whoever your person is, or they're very jealous of the relationship you have with this person. And I think that they're kind of in this energy of being like a monitoring spirit, and like they're kind of looking for any red flags. And I also think too, don't be surprised if your person tells you something like, hey, your friend, I think your friend flirted with me, or I think they did something, like, you know, if you, like, this friend might do something inappropriate behind your back, and they might bring it up to you, like your person might bring it up to you, and you might find it hard to believe, and you might almost think like, what are they trying to like isolate me or like separate me from my friend? And I guarantee you're gonna go back to your friend and be like, hey, what was this? And they're probably gonna be like, oh my god, they're lying, like they've been doing that to me. If they say they've been doing that to me, they're lying. I'm telling you, they're lying. It might just be really hard to believe that they could be capable of that, but the version of you that became friends with them is not the version of them that you're friends with now. The version of them now is very scared and insecure, and honestly acting in ways that I think are out of character for them. And so that's not to say that they just don't seem like a safe person for the health of your relationship right now. I mean, you don't deserve to have a friend that treats you that way. I mean, it's not really a friend, period. But I could totally understand like the attachment to them and like the desire to, like, you don't want to believe that, you want to be loyal. But things that test the loyalty between the two of you, you're gonna have the inclination to want to believe your partner. Your partner is gonna want to do the same thing. Trust that instinct, because the two of you, neither of you have a reason to lie to each other. And neither of you have an ulterior motive here. Because quite frankly, you just wouldn't be doing all this if you weren't really serious about it, especially not your person. Your person would not be all in like this if they weren't, if they weren't, like, they would, like, you can trust what you guys have built together, I guess is the point of what I'm saying. And be careful who you trust, because some people, because you might find that what worked in the past, or what was trustworthy in the past, maybe is a bit disruptive to what you're building in your present. And your present is really about embracing and going all into this situation. And I think it's really meant to help you both realize, like, I think you both might feel a little bit like there's kind of this Mr. and Mrs. Smith energy that I'm getting here, where, like, you both might be paranoid of the other because you guys are kind of similar, and you know what what you are capable of, but you also know that you would never do that to this person. Like, I feel like for both of you, there's kind of like, man, I did some crazy stuff in the past, but, like, it's not me anymore. It's like, I would never do that. But it's like the same thing. Like, they also know what they're capable of, but know that they would never do that to you. And, like, doing this because I'm serious about you. And you know what? The end of that movie, the last line of the movie is basically this card. So I definitely think this is a time of you're going to be seeing things more clearly. And I don't think you're always going to like what you see. And it's not necessarily because you didn't want to see it, but because you actually would need the circumstances that are going to arise in order to see it. So it's just going to be a bit disappointing, I guess, because, like, your intentions are very impure, your person's intentions are very impure, but there's, like, this problematic concern around the both of you, where the concern is maybe more selfish, or even just a front for wanting to sow seeds of destruction for their own personal gain. But here's the thing, you're not going to destruct it. Like, they can't. You guys are going to be fine. But you are going to see where access to you, your person, and things like that just needs to be tightened, or how much airtime you give certain opinions or people, I think, is going to diminish a lot. And I think that it's going to bring the two of you even closer together, and feel really secure in what you guys are building, and recognize, like, we take this seriously, we take each other seriously. And wow, it was already fun before, but it's even more fun when you're not feeling unnecessary guilt anymore. So yay. Let's go ahead and get into your tarot. This one is definitely straightforward. So if you're like, I don't see my situation here, you're definitely in one of the other groups if there is a message for you. Because I don't really see any, like, just plain singleness with no one else in the picture. But for my group fives, why is this what's next in love for my group fives? Yeah, because there are foundations and structures in your life that are not productive for who you're becoming, and that are not and will not be supportive to the relationship you have with this person. And so it's time to change. But also this change, like, you and this person, you guys are ready for this. Like, you guys have, I'm hearing the phrase, like, sown your wild oats. Like, you guys have had your fun apart. Like, you guys are ready to have fun together. Like, I think that's the thing for you guys, is, like, a commitment is not about, like, settling down. It's just about, you know, having more fun with tax incentives, or having more fun and saving money on rent. Like, I think it's time for the old structure and the way of the old world to change, because it's just It's not meant to serve you. And what I love about this Tower card is that it's underwater. And so I have to say that anything that's leaving your life during this time, you're probably not going to notice it, and you're probably not going to miss it. And the things that you do notice, it's really only going to feel at worst like a mild bummer, because you're going to be having so much fun, it really doesn't matter anyway. And I think that there's something beautiful about the connection between the two of you, because the support that you get from one another like liberates a lot of the guilt or shame you might quietly carry that you may not realize is there, and that you may not realize you've been looking for permission to let it go. Sometimes just having someone that shows you it's okay to let it go is what you need in order to really be able to put it down. But yeah, it's like you guys don't need the Tower. You're mermaids. Have fun swimming. The ocean is yours. Enjoy the open ocean. Okay, so let's see what you need to know about your love life with this person and the situation. What does group 5 need to know? Yeah, you're not wrong to think that you guys have something really special and really solid. I think you guys have power couple vibes. And I think what you need to know as well is there's something I'm getting here about one of your families maybe being concerned about you or your partner, depending on whose family it is, having access to your family or their family's wealth. And I feel really awkward saying that, because number one, for some of you, you might be like, what wealth? And I'm like, especially those people. Like, yes, they are very concerned about their 2004 Pontiac. They do not want it to be affected by this arrangement. That was a joke, but the irony is it seems like you or your, like, whoever is the concern and whoever is concerned, you or your partner is far better at handling and managing money and also earning more of it than this person that's concerned is. It's really funny. And so one thing you do need to know is that you're not wrong in seeing that you and this person can build something really solid together. That's why you guys are moving forward in the direction that you are. And if there's been any threats of you being written out of wills or them being written out of wills or anything like that, let them. Because I don't think you're going to need what they would give you anyway. And if that's just something they're using to hold over your head, you're going to feel better knowing you don't have it than appeasing them. In fact, you can, whatever they would be leaving you, you'll be getting far more. Or whatever they'd be leaving your person, they'll be getting far more with you and whatever you build together than otherwise. But this relationship has real staying power. Like, just because there's a lot of fire and passion doesn't mean that there's no seriousness. Because, I mean, between contract and commitment and now the 10 of Pentacles, like, the seriousness is there. You guys have found a good thing in one another, and you want to make more of a good thing. And I love to see that. Like, this is the real deal, and you're not wrong for feeling that way. And I think that it's a damn shame that, you know, not everyone is able to embrace maybe the situation the way that you would like them to. But I think honestly, like, they will in time. And if they don't, I don't think you will hold on to it too lightly, whatever ends up happening. But the biggest message that I get with the 10 of Pentacles is that there is real staying power here, and there is real potential for a very solid legacy to be established with you and this person. And I think you guys see that in each other. This is real, like, power couple energy. And I think that you guys might have some pretty intense rows. I think they'll be few and far between. But I don't think that there's anything you guys won't be able to come back from, because I think there's so much respect between the two of you. You guys would never do anything to begin with to do something that would cause the loss of that. And I think that when there are arguments, it's because you guys, both of you, truly believe that you're right in the situation. And you guys will figure it out, forgive one another, and learn. Maybe you're both wrong. Maybe you're both right. And you have to figure out how to navigate it all. Like, you guys will figure it out. And I think that you're right to trust your instincts. Period. Okay. Let's get some encouragement / guidance from the universe or your guides, whatever wants to come through. Yeah, just like, trust me when I say that the truth will come out. And not only that, like, you're not wrong. Like, this is a true relationship of equals. You guys respect each other. Nobody is doing things underhandedly. You both are doing things in a way where none of you have a reason to be ashamed. And the truth of your relationship will speak for itself. You don't have to prove it to anyone. But also, I don't see you regretting the decisions you make. And I think there is a little bit of guidance to just make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's. Like, you know, if this is happening, I think you guys are fair and balanced and want to do right by one another. And trust me when I say that anyone who does wrong by you guys and by the relationship, I think that will be exposed. And I think truths that need to be exposed in terms of just who is in your corner and who maybe doesn't have the right to inhabit your corner at this time will be revealed. Just so that, and it's not even to say that it'll be that way forever, but nobody needs to rain on your parade, because it's truly a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful thing to find someone who wants the same things as you, and find someone that lights you up the way you light them up, and to find someone who's as excited about life and each other as you are, and to find someone that you have a great time with in the streets and the sheets. That's a beautiful blessing, and you deserve to enjoy that and live that up. And like, I think you would be, like, both of you would be crazy if you didn't commit to each other, because hello. So just trust the universe will continue to keep doing right by you. You keep doing right by you. The hard thing might be seeing is those who maybe don't, who would do you wrong for the sake of wanting to be right. But I think some of those people will honestly just be embarrassed, and they'll grow, and they'll mature, and they'll be like, you know, if it's a relationship that's meant to stand the test of time, you know, someone might have to be in timeout until they can behave properly. And, you know, but, you know, too, you can also just go your own way. Like, this is really about doing what's fair for yourself. And that has been a theme in a lot of the readings, is like, I would be willing to bet that if there's been anyone in your life that has been taking advantage of you, I would be willing to bet that they are against this relationship because they are losing access to something that they relied upon selfishly. And they deserve to be exposed. And you know what? Anything like that is exposed, trust me when I say, you're not going to be worried about that. You're going to be too busy having fun. They can keep the stick up their ass, because yours is going to be having a much better time than theirs. Unless you're not into that stuff. I was just making a joke. I know you know that, but you can never respond to me in real time, so I'm just speaking into the void and hearing from you later. So, you know, let's finish off by looking at your guidance. So to start, we have, I nurture my dreams along the spiraling creative path to higher fulfillment, nourished by hope and empowered by inspiration. So yeah, you guys are meant, like I told you, it gave me power couple vibes. Like, I don't think that this is like a dream, like maybe it is a dream come true, but I do feel like, you know the phrase, like if it's too good to be true, it probably is. But the thing is that this is not too good to be true. Like this is what like love looks like. This is what passionate partnership looks like. This is what power couple energy looks like. And it takes special people to be able to be in a power couple. Not everybody can do that. And you know, you guys, if you guys have a wedding and you have like a first dance tradition at your wedding, your first song should be Through the Fire and the Flames by, is that Metallica? I don't know. It's definitely a super romantic song that is just, it will bring your grandma to tears. That's all I can say. But it is your guys' vibe. You guys rock. Okay. Yes, we have individuality. You leave your unique stamp of love on everything you do. Like you and your person are creating a relationship that works for the two of you. But that's the thing. It's not like it's, oh, so there's just no rules and there's just, you guys just do it. No, you guys have your own set of rules. You have your own set of expectations, but you're not following just specific conventions because that's what's done. You're doing what you want instead. And you know, this makes me think of our Lord and Savior Cinderella. There used to be this like movie that I watched as a kid that's like a sequel, and she's like living in the castle and she's like getting used to her princess role, and there's this character and she's just the embodiment of a clenched asshole, and you know, she's like, this simply isn't done. Like, it's just, that's all you hear. And, you know, the whole arc is about Cinderella realizing, well, like, this doesn't work for me. And also, when she does things her own way, she makes things so much better. And she brings everyone together. There's more community, there's more light, there's more joy, you know. She sprinkles love and zest on a decrepit institution. And I think you guys have the ability to do that in your own ways. And that's the thing, is that you guys are individuals, and the reason why this situation will work and why commitment works is because you respect each other's individualities and you respect how formidable the two of you are. And quite honestly, it's easy to commit to each other because it's like, yeah, I've never met anyone that could keep up with me before. That's a powerful thing. And just because there's a lot of lighthearted, fun, good energy in your relationship does not mean that you guys take each other lightly. So don't let the surface level perceptions eat at you, because truth will always come out. Yeah. And practice compassion. See things from a fresh perspective. So I really do think, like, you know, I feel like this connection will bring out a lot of irrationality temporarily in people that you love and that have typically been supportive. And it might be, it's likely to be painful when they behave this way. But have compassion for yourself and how hard that is. And if it makes it feel lighter or easier, you can just tell yourself, well, they think I'm doing what's wrong and they love me, and, you know, they're wrong, but I can have compassion for the fact that they can't show up in the ways that I want them to. It doesn't mean I have to accept their behavior, but, like, I don't know, just go easy on yourself. And, you know, recognize that one of the things that you're going to see that's going to be challenging is a lot of people are going to have to look in a mirror of the ways in which they've never stepped into their own individuality, the ways in which they have never stepped into their own authority, the ways in which they've conformed to society that you and your person have chosen not to. And I think it will be confronting, because I think that sometimes when people see someone living in a way that they didn't know was possible, there's a lot of like, well, that's not fair. Like there's a very instinctual like, I didn't know that could, like, there's probably going to be some jealousy or some envy around you guys. And because there's definitely going to be people that are like, I didn't know that was an option. I didn't know that you could do that. And maybe one day they'll be grateful, because maybe you guys were the first people to show them that they could do something different. And I bet you might even find that they apologize one day and are just like, I was jealous. I didn't know that you could live that way, and I want to live that way too. So you keep doing you, boo, and keep doing your boo, because y'all got a good thing going on, and it's got my seal of approval and spirits as well. So I'd love to hear about what you guys are doing and what your plans are, because I would just love to sprinkle all the good vibes onto that. But group number 3, as the storm ends, so does my reading. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for leaving a like, comment, subscribing. Thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background if you do have them while you do something else. Not only does it help me, but you can help me financially without having to take anything out of your wallet, and you can waste advertiser dollars. So thank you. Other ways to support will be linked down below. Check out my email list, things like that. But yeah, I love you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.